היום, להגיד בבוקר חסדך, סגולותייך לנגן בלילות, עלי לידו, עלי לעבר, עלי משל, ונקבי חליל.
Shalom, everybody, and welcome back to Old Soul Torah. Today we're going to be talking about spiritual narcissism, what is it and how to avoid it, etc. We're going to be looking at one of the Torah stories in Sefer Bamidbar, in the book of Numbers. It's the Parsha of Korach. Korach is the Torah's archetypal spiritual narcissist amongst many other archetypes that he plays. For example, instigator, Baal Machloket, always looking to create division and disharmony by hyper-focusing on what is wrong with leadership and trying to undermine authority of instigator, Baal Machloket, always looking to create division and disharmony by hyper-focusing on what is wrong with leadership and trying to undermine authority of Moses and Aaron. Nevertheless, we're going to keep our focus today just on the spiritual narcissism part. It is a plague that is prevalent in today's society, both in traditional and non-traditional spiritual paths. And the place to really get an idea of how it works is right here in Parshah Korach.
In the book of Numbers, Korach, a cousin of Moses and Aaron, gathers a broad coalition of disgruntled groups within the Israelite camp and presents himself as a genuine reformer who has the people's interests in mind. Today, I would like to take a closer look at his flaw. He is a classic spiritual narcissist, and the following are ways in which this idea is supported. Personal ambition. Many commentators, such as Rashi, explain that Korach's rebellion was really being driven.
Honestly, I think I might save this for a bit later, so let me pull something else up in the meantime.
The section with the spies, with the Miraglim, the spies, 798. Now, to really understand this, we have to get a little bit of a background. And the first question is,
the son of Yitzhar, the son of Levi, took up the fight with Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and on the son of Peleth, children of Reuben. They rose up before Moses with 250 men from the children of Israel, chieftains of the congregation, those called to the assembly, men of renown. They congregated upon Moses and Aaron and said to them, "Enough! The entire community is holy, and God is amongst them. Why do you raise yourselves above the congregation of God?" Moses heard, and he fell on his face. He spoke to Korach and to all his company, saying, "Come morning, and God will make known who is his, and who is holy, and will bring them near to him, and the one whom he will choose, he will bring near to him." Do this: take yourselves pans, Korach and all his company. Put fire in them, and place incense upon them before God tomorrow. And the man whom God chooses, he is the Holy One. You have taken too much upon yourselves, sons of Levi.
Moses also tries to diffuse the rebellion with gentle persuasion.
Please listen, sons of Levi. Is it not enough that the God of Israel has distinguished you from the congregation of Israel, to draw you near to him to perform the service of the tabernacle of God, and to stand before the congregation to minister to them? He drew you near, and all your brothers, the sons of Levi, with you, and you seek also the priesthood?
But all Moses' efforts to convince them of the error of their ways fail, and the rebellious faction meets with a tragic end.
The ground split beneath them. The earth opened her mouth and swallowed them and their houses. They and all they possessed descended alive into the abyss. The earth covered them up, and they were lost to the community. And a fire came forth from God and consumed the 250 men who had offered up the incense.
Definitely a lot more there to unpack, but again, I am waiting for Graham.
Welcome to Parshah Korach. Over the past few parshas, we've seen Israel complain over and over, but never before have they tried to undermine and dispose of their leaders. Korach and his followers boldly say, "Rav lachem," Moses and Aaron, you've taken on too much. Ki chol ha'ida kulam kedoshim, uvetocham Hashem. The whole nation is holy, and God is among them. Umadua titna'asu al kahal Hashem. So why do you raise yourself up over the rest of God's people? They attack the idea that Moses and Aaron, who have been there for them since day one, should even be their leaders.
And not only is the content of the complaint audacious, so is the timing. This complaint is the first story after the sin of the spies and its aftermath. After their sin, the people were handed a devastating punishment. The entire generation was condemned to wandering in the desert until they die. They'd never see the land of Israel. And the people got the message. When they heard their fate, Vayitablu ha'am me'od, they mourned greatly. They declared, Chatanu, we sinned. And yet, our Parsha picks up as if none of it had happened, as if they were never punished and never learnt their lesson from their past complaints. Korach and 250 people go at it again, this time challenging Israel's leadership. How could they so quickly have forgotten what had just happened to them?
Join us as we make sense of Korach's shocking complaints this week on the Parsha Experiment.
Hi, I'm Imu Shalev,
And I'm David Block.
and welcome to the Parsha Experiment. So how are we to understand Korach's complaints? Often, we're tempted to study the Torah as if we can read one story by itself and understand its meaning. But one of the arguments we make here at the Parsha Experiment is that nothing in the Torah happens in isolation. We can only fully understand any one story by seeing it in its larger context. And we think Parshat Korach is a perfect example of this. To understand Korach, we first need to understand the series of complaints that led up to his rebellion.
When you read the text carefully, you'll find that just as interesting as what the people are complaining about, food, water, terrifying enemies, is who they choose to complain to. In one of their first complaints in the desert, when they're hungry, Vayulonu kol adat b'nai Yisrael al Moshe ve'al Aharon. The people of Israel complained against Moses and Aaron. And it wasn't just that they channeled their complaints against God through Moses and Aaron. They blamed them. Ki hotzeitem otanu el midbar hazeh. You, Moses and Aaron, brought us into this desert, lahamit et kol hakahal hazeh barav, to kill us all of hunger. And then in the next chapter, when they're thirsty, Vayalan ha'am al Moshe, they complained against Moses. Vayomer, lama zeh ha'elitanu mimitzrayim, lahamit oti ve'et banai ve'et miknai bat sama. And they said, why did you, Moses, take us out of Egypt, just to kill us of thirst?
This all seems crazy. It wasn't Moses and Aaron who took the nation out of Egypt. They were just messengers of God. And yet, in these first complaint stories, the people act as if it was all Moses and Aaron. God is entirely out of the picture.
Hey, joke's on you. It's actually a pretty good place to be. I mean, there's lots of good minerals there. And I mean, hey, it's where the dwarves make their homes, so can't be that bad.
And over, Moses tried to tell them that they should be looking to God, not to him when they're upset. But to no avail. What's going on here? They've seen the miracles God has done for them. How could they act like Moses was the one behind it all?
And it's even more glaring in the next sin, the golden calf.
I do think that's kind of interesting, though, how probably this narrative of the miracle, because nowadays the miracle, especially with theological diocese, it gets shifted that the miracle was that, God sent these plagues. But I wonder if originally it would have actually just been seen that the miracle was that God spared them from the plagues. I don't know. I guess it kind of depends on the perspective at the end of the day.
When the people thought that Moses was late in coming down from the mountain, they said to Aaron, Kum aseh lanu Elohim asher yalchu lefanenu. Get up and make us a god that will go before us. Ki zeh Moshe ha'ish asher ha'alanu me'eretz Mitzrayim. Because this man, Moses, who took us out of Egypt, lo yadanu mehayalo. We don't know what happened to him. Wait, so they're making an Egel as a god replacement, an Elohim. Why? Because they don't know where Moses is. So in their eyes, Moses seems to be a god. And yet, they also acknowledge that Moses is an Ish, a man. How can they have it both ways?
And it continues in the book of Numbers. In Bahalotcha, God sends a fire to quell the nation's murmuring. And in turn, Vayitzak ha'am el Moshe. The people yell to Moses. And in Shlach, after the spies bring their negative report about the land, Vayilonu al Moshe v'al Aharon kol b'nei Yisrael. The people complained against Moses and Aaron.
So the people have been claiming that Moses and Aaron are in charge, not God. Why were they doing that, when any rational person knows that God is the power behind it all? Well, the truth is, most people aren't always rational, especially when they have a good reason not to be. Take, for example, the case of the 18-year-old who celebrates her independence by moving out of her parents' home into a beautiful, brand new apartment. Looking around her home, she feels so adult. How does she finance her independence? With her parents' credit card. But her sense of freedom feels so good that she might not adequately thank her parents for this new arrangement. After all, that might threaten her newfound sense of adulthood.
The people of Israel, since entering the desert, have wanted to feel independent, that they are in control of their own fates. They want to be the ones to decide when they eat, how often they eat, and what they eat. They want to be sure that if they're going to conquer a new territory, they can do it on their own, without having to rely on anyone but themselves. Even if God is pledging his love to them, promising to give them food and water when they need it, and to give them the strength to prevail against even the most improbable foes, to Israel, that demands a level of vulnerability from them that is just plain scary. They're terrified to let go and say, regardless of what I do, it's all up to you, God.
And that fear makes sense. Put yourself in the nation's shoes. Why would you want to attribute everything you've gone through to Moses and Aaron, and not rightfully to God? Well, if it's God behind it all, you're stuck. You can't try to control God. Because if you see things as a conflict between you and God, you might think that you have no choice but to accept His word, which means that you must accept that you have no control. And the hardest time to accept that we have no control is when we're most vulnerable. If I place a harness on you, I swear to you that the ropes are tight, and ask you to walk a tightrope 10 feet off the ground, that's a totally different story than if I ask you to do the same walk, blindfolded, suspended over the mouth of a volcano. Israel was at their most vulnerable in the desert. They have no water and no food, and seemingly unbeatable foes in their future. Over and over, the lack of control over their own fate really scares them. And so, to preserve a sense of their own independence and control, the people choose not to fully acknowledge the reality that God is leading them. But they couldn't just deny all the miracles that were done for them and pretend they didn't happen. So they figure out other ways to rationalize. They say, all the miracles that have been happening to us, they're for Moses and Aaron.
And that makes it a whole different story. Because Moses and Aaron are people. They're accessible. They're right there. You can contend with them. You can blame them when you're unhappy. You can complain, argue, and fight. So that's what the people do. They take God out of the picture and pretend that Moses and Aaron are the ones in charge. It's their way of trying to hold on to control. It's the perfect have your cake and eat it too situation. By treating Moses like a demigod, an Elohim, they acknowledge the miracles, but maintain their sense of control by being able to argue with him. After all, Moses, the Ish, is just a man.
The people managed to hold on to these lies throughout their experience in the desert, until the sin of the spies. God had been patient with Israel, proving His love to them through complaint after complaint, trying to get them to trust Him. God's grand gift of love, the entire purpose of this journey through the desert, was a home, the land flowing with milk and honey. But Israel's fear of vulnerability won't let them accept God's loving gesture, and they turn away from Him. They won't go forward in the relationship, and they only pay lip service to the idea of returning to Egypt, of going backward. In the end, their punishment is merely a consequence of their lack of courage to take the next step in their relationship with God. They're doomed to wander in the desert until they die, perpetually never choosing to fully embrace their relationship with God, nor abandon Him. Faced with their new death sentence, the people are at a dead end. They can't go back, and the only way forward is with the help of the divine. Moses and Aaron, their demigods, had just informed them that they're all destined to die. There's no way out, nothing they can do to change things. But the people still think, how can we control our situation? Is there any other option? What if Moses and Aaron don't really represent God? What if this supposed death sentence doesn't really come from Him?
And so, Korach and his congregants take the opposite strategy that Israel has been taking up until now. Instead of hiding from God and treating Moses and Aaron as demigods, they cling to God and deny the authority of Moses and Aaron. Look closely at how Korach accuses Moses and Aaron. Korach and his men say, Kol ha'eda kulam kedoshim, uvitocham Hashem. The whole nation is holy. God rests among us. Umadua titnasu al kehal Hashem. So why do you raise yourself up over the rest of God's people? Look at all the religious terminology that Korach uses with Moses. He doesn't just say, hey Moses, whoever appointed you the leader. He makes a religious argument. Moses, did you know that we are all holy? God dwells amongst all of us. You who raise yourself above us, you are raising yourself above God. Moses, do you think that you are a god? It's almost funny. Korach and his followers now appear to be very pious. We've always wanted to be close to God. Our leaders were the problem. They tell themselves this little lie as a way of trying to maintain the illusion of control. Because if Moses and Aaron are the ones who claim that God assigned them their death sentence, but they aren't our true leaders, then maybe we aren't really doomed to die either.
So it all wraps up nicely, right? Korach and his followers are killed at the hand of God. The people realize their mistake. They do full tshuva, and everyone lives happily ever after.
True leaders, then maybe in their death sentence. Because if Moses and Aaron are the ones who claim that God assigned them their death sentence, but they aren't our true leaders, then maybe we aren't really doomed to die either.
So it all wraps up nicely, right? Korach and his followers are killed at the hand of God, the people realize their mistake, they do full tshuva, and everyone lives happily ever after. Except that's not what happens. Instead, immediately after Korach and his followers are swallowed up by the earth, the people turn on Moses and Aaron again. Vayelonu kol adat bnei Yisrael mimocharad al Moshe ve'al Aaron lemor. The people complain to Moses and Aaron, saying, Atem hamitem et am Hashem. You killed the people. How could they complain against them when God had just affirmed their leadership?
But now we understand. Before the spies, the people hid from God and chose to treat Moses and Aaron as demigods. Korach chose to cling to God and to question the assumption that Moses and Aaron were demigods or their leaders. And instead of Israel realizing that God is God, and that Moses and Aaron are just his humble and faithful servants, they simply reverted to their original claim. Oops, turns out Moses and Aaron really are demigods. And how dare they use their powers to kill Korach, who is such a wonderful and pious man? Israel would continue to tell themselves whatever story they needed to, because they were desperate to deny their fate and maintain control.
In the end, this story is hopelessly sad. God threatens to wipe out the entire people. Moses and Aaron intercede on their behalf, and God sends a sign that he has specifically chosen them to lead his people. When God is finally able to get through to the people that he is in charge, and that Moses and Aaron are his chosen ones and not demigods, the people realize that they're in a nightmare of their own making. In failing to commit to God and go forward into the land, unable to go back to the land of Egypt, fated to wander in the desert, the last words of this generation are, Hein gavanu avadnu, kulanu avadnu. Behold, we perish, we're lost, we are all lost. And that's it. That's how the story ends. There's no redemption for Israel but to let go of control and to acknowledge their fate. This generation dies out entirely. The next time we hear from Israel, just a few verses later, it will be an entirely new generation in the 40th year.
But there is a lot to learn from that first generation in the desert. They struggled with something that we too struggle with on a regular basis. We say we trust God, but do we really believe it? Can we really cede control and admit that it's all in His hands? It's not a question with an easy answer. It's something we struggle with and work on every single day. And as we do, perhaps we can look to these stories of Israel's struggles with the very same thing and redeem the mistakes of our ancestors.
Hi YouTube, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel. And for even more amazing Torah videos, check out alefbeta.org. Just click the link below.
Sorry, I'm dealing with some real life shit right now. Then we'll get started. Ooh, this is interesting.
Okay, everybody, shalom. Thank you for coming. And today, again, Refuah Shlema for Nata ben Zissel, as well as the liberation of Eretz Yisrael from its enemies, safe return home of the soldiers and the hostages, lasting unity of the people of Israel, and for all of those whose health has been affected by the war, and dedicated to the release of the young man who was sentenced to death in Iran, Arvin Netanel ben Sonia Tsiona. Please note that we had previously said Sonia. This is Sonia Tsiona is the full name. As well, we are dedicating the shir for the Aliyat Neshama of Yitzchak Hirsch ben Eliezer. And finally, there's an anonymous contribution for the nitzachon of all of our chayolim, as well as the chatufim to return safe and totally healthy. And all of us pray for Hashem's protection for all of Klal Yisrael and for the Geula Shlema b'mheira v'yameinu. in these days. And once again, in many ways, unfortunately, the war has been dragging on for a very, very, very long time. And what happens sometimes is what's called in halacha hesach hadas. We're not always thinking about what's going on because Baruch Hashem, in Hashem's infinite chesed, most of Eretz Yisrael life has been allowed to go relatively normally. This is a tremendous chesed. That's l'mayla min hateva. But the downside of those chasadim is that we stop thinking about those who are suffering, and we have hesach hadas. Our mind is no longer involved in the tzara that Klal Yisrael is facing. So it's very important. B'dafka, when Hashem has been so kind to us in many ways, that we do have to focus our tefillas on those who are still struggling, and that Be'ezus Hashem, they should achieve success, hatzlacha, release, geula, and of course that the enemy should not spread its vicious poison further and further. So this week we have Parshas Korach. Parshas Korach, once again, is a fascinating parsha. One can analyze it in so many ways. One can analyze.
So this is a really good. What do you mean by asymmetry? Symmetry or asymmetry? But so the root for Korach, it's actually here. Let's see if I can find it on that one website. Yeah, so Korach, so the kar means cold, and Korach can mean like hoarfrost, but or ice, it could also mean baldness, which is kind of interesting. Let's see if I can find it. Abiram. All right, here. So holy crap. I think Graham is really onto something with his Korah. Shoot. 1 second. Oh no. Okay, there. With his Korah Edomite theory, because this seems to potentially support it. What I just found. Oh, no. So it's not. For that it would have to be kof resh kof. This isn't even kof resh kaf, which is what you'd want in order to get the possibility of that, where it's Korach, but it could also be Korach. No, this is this would be more like. There's a reason that Korach is traditionally either written Korach or Korah. It's because the last letter is chet. What was it that you didn't catch? So see this here. If you look at where the cursor is, that's a kof. This is a resh, and this is a chet. Now, the letter that can make a sound both like a chet and like a kaf, and like a kof is kaf. So kof is Q, resh is, basically kof is Q, kaf is K, and chet is ha, or like H, basically, for lack of a better term. Because interestingly enough, if you were to actually, Kar, which is just kof resh, means cold. But here, I'll read this. So, etymology from the root karach, to be bald or frozen over. And it probably refers to the fact that you can see which I do think it's kind of interesting. In what context would it make sense for frost and baldness to be associated with the same thing? And this is something that I think would be kind of, the root word is karach, or, well, I mean, like, the thing is, the root is just karach, but it can mean a bunch of different things depending on context. But the reason why I'd say that this is probably indicative of like a connection is because basically imagine someone has a head full of black hair and then they lose that hair. Now, unless you're, and I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's kind of a relative thing, but I guess actually no, because even if you're looking at it, I mean, on one case, it could maybe it's associated with a balding of aging, in which case you would already have white hair. But I do think that possibly it's just an indicator that you can see the lighter color of the skin relative to the color of the hair. But oh yeah, no. So that's the root kar means cold. Korach means frost or bald. And I have a feeling that it might be because in the same way that frost creeps, like, frost grows almost like, because of the way that, like, temperature physics work or whatever, like how you can have a slow freezing effect. It could be similar to how aging hair creeps in. White hair, hoary locks, potentially. But anyway, so let's look at this. So there are 4 men named Korach in the Bible, but most famous is Korach, son of Yitzhar. And Yitzhar means like pure oil or shining oil, or like shining wood oil, and the cousin of Moses and Aaron, who claimed that since he too was a great grandson of Levi, he too should be allowed to draft law, and got himself descended into Sheol. Now, it's interesting because you don't go into Sheol alive. That don't happen. And it directly says that they descended into the depths of life. Ooh, this is in. Oh my god, this is hilarious. In the Greek New Testament, the name Korach appears only in the letter of Jude, who declares men who revile things they do not understand to persist in the rebellion of Korach. Whether deliberate or not, this Greek version of our name, namely Kore, rather resembles the noun Kore, meaning girl. There's definitely people who would try to make that claim, but anyway. And then besides the famous Korach, there are three more Korachs mentioned in the Bible: a son of Esau and Oholibama the Hivite, a grandson of Esau, and a son of Hebron. Now, I don't know. I definitely need to look more into this, but I really feel like there might actually be these all. I mean, okay, so here we see Genesis. So it's mentioning 36:5. You have. Wait. Yeah, so this doesn't make sense. So it's saying a son of Esau and Oholibama the Hivite, and also a grandson of Esau. Okay, either way, a lot of people in Esau's family or Edomites were named Korach. Then you have a son of Hebron. If you look where Hebron is, it's relatively close to where the Edomites were. Now you deal with the fact that the other Korach is a Korite. Now, is it actually possible that this Korite is just a subsection of Edomite? I don't know. That's. I really wish it was here right now, but I don't want to. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Cool heads prevail. Snow-covered mountains. Definitely could be a connection there. Oh shit! One second. Where do I have? Sorry, I have a loose thread here. Ugh, I hate loose threads. So annoying. How am I going to do this? Come on, just like yeah, that works. Perfect. Icy promontory, holy mountain. Interesting. Okay, well, until then, we'll listen to a bit more about this. Reincarnation of Cain and Abel. I want to hear a bit of it. Wait, what? Oh, come on. I lost connection to screen share audio. That's annoying. Wait, what happened to... Seriously, what happened to my camera? Something weird's going on. Settings. Cameras. I'm gonna have to change this here. Now is it working? Huh? That doesn't make sense. What is... Okay, here we go. Right, presente.
It. Kabbalistically, one can analyze it psychologically. Many different things are going on. Again, just to situate exactly where this is happening or when this is happening, this is actually happening after the Cheder. Most Rishonim say it happened after the Cheder Meraglim, but shortly after the Cheder Meraglim, and many actually say that the impetus why Korach was able to attract a lot of people to go against Moshe is precisely because people are looking at Moshe as a failed leader, because Moshe's whole job was to take us into Eretz Yisrael. And now God decrees, they're blaming Moshe for their Avera. Now God decrees that we have to wander for 40 years in the desert. So, something's wrong with Moshe. He didn't do the right, he wasn't the right leader, etc. It's interesting, somebody, it's brought down in different Sfarim, a Maisa, that somebody was a Gilgal, somebody.
Wait, are you saying I'm frozen? I'm confused because we're talking about freezing, so.
He was a reincarnation of someone from the Midbar. So he was asked, what was it like during Korach's rebellion? Korach is making all of these arguments.
Feel free to join.
So the person said, it was pretty tough. We honestly didn't know which side.
I hadn't been posting a link for the past few ones because there wasn't a whole lot of engagement. But yeah, if you're here, Graham's not here. Definitely need someone to get a bit of dialogue with. But, no pressure. We could always dialogue in the comments.
To go with, meaning in retrospect, we obviously know who was right and who was wrong, but it wasn't such a pashut thing at the particular time. Now, Korach gathers a whole bunch of malcontents with him. Korach gathers Dathan and Abiram, who are always ready to make trouble. Korach gathers many people from Shevet Ruvain, 250 elders. And they present a case to Moshe, which might be called the egalitarian case. Who needs leaders? They were anarchists. Kol ha'eda kulam kadeshim. Everybody is holy. All of us heard the first two commandments. I am the Lord your God who took you out of Egypt. Thou shalt not have any other gods. What gives you the right to assert leadership over us? Every Jew is holy. Now, politically, this is exactly what anarchy claims. Anarchy basically says there is no legitimation for any type of leadership over people. Every person makes their own decisions. Of course, I remember around 20 years ago, there was an attempt to hold an anarchist convention in Seattle. But they couldn't get the people together. because who's going to tell them when to show up? So it kind of collapsed in that way. But essentially, Korach is what Rav Soloveitchik called the common sense rebellion. Who needs Gedolim? I can have my opinion about the Torah. You have your opinion. Why is my opinion worse than yours? Why is your opinion better than mine? We believe in God. We believe in Torah, but we interpret what it means. So here's the problem. If Korach's argument is there ought not to be leaders at all, every Yid is holy. Every Yid should interpret what the Torah means to him. Then Moshe Rabbeinu's answer is a non sequitur. Because if you look at Moshe Rabbeinu's answer, Moshe Rabbeinu is addressing Korach, who of course is a Levi. And he says, why are you seeking greater and more honor? Don't you have enough honor? Don't you have enough distinction? God separated you. God raised you from all of the tribes of Israel to serve in the Mishkan and assist the kohanim. Uvikashtem gam kehunah. And you're not happy with being Leviim. You also want to be the Kohen. Now, here's the problem. That wasn't what Korach was saying. Korach wasn't saying, I want to be a Kohen. I'm a better Kohen than Aaron. And then Moshe could say, you have enough honor, you have enough distinction, be happy with what God gave you. Korach is arguing there ought not to be a leadership structure at all. So if my taina is, why have hierarchies? You can't answer it by telling me, oh, you're high enough in the position. So if my taina is, why have hierarchies? You can't answer it by telling me, oh, you're high enough in the position. That's not my point. My point was not, I'm not high enough. My point was there ought not to be distinctions at all. So l'chaira, Korach is making one claim, and Moshe Rabbeinu is answering a different claim. And the answer is very, very clear, even in Pshuto Shel Mikra, that we're dealing with hidden agendas that Moshe Rabbeinu identified. Korach is arguing egalitarianism, but really what he means is power for me. Like the communists say, equality for everybody. Everybody will be equally miserable. I'll be on top. And therefore, Moshe Rabbeinu is looking at Korach and saying, you're making this argument that everybody is holy. In reality, it is your jealousy, your ego, your kavod that wants more and more and more and more. And the way you're trying to put yourself in that position is by arguing there ought not to be any type of hierarchy of authority at all. Moshe Rabbeinu saw through this immediately. And one other person saw through it, a person who's not even mentioned by name. And this is the wife of On ben Peles.
Hey, Zero. Welcome. I don't know if you're able to talk yet, but the camera's still loading. But welcome. Yeah, seems like... Oh, hey, I can see you now.
Hearing now as well?
Yeah. Any thoughts so far?
Well, when I'm coming through the StreamYard, it's all blocked, but and then I'm not seeing you quite yet, but it'll probably pop in here in a second. I was just thinking about the remnant possibility of their Korach representing a different faction. And the whole thing of if it's a ice mountain as opposed to a fiery mountain.
I mean, it's definitely possible. It's just given the region that this is supposed to take place. Though, actually, I think you might have met Avi Levkovich. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
All right. So his big theory is that Sinai was actually up in the north, up like in the Lebanon mountains.
And are they high enough to be snow covered? Seems like he said something like that.
Yeah. There's a ski resort on top of Mount Hermon, and even the Lebanon mountains, they're called that because Laban in Semitic languages. I mean, there's multiple contexts, but Laban means white. And it's not referring to the color of people's skin, even though Lebanese people do tend to be pretty light-skinned, which is something that, like, on one hand, I think people need to realize that skin color has so little to do with ethnicity. You can see much more about, where, and again, you can't look at someone and tell where they come from. It's not that easy, but, well, at least not as a generality, but oftentimes, like, features that are distinctive aren't having to do with skin color. It actually has to do with facial structure, with and also just culture, the way that, culture impacts the everyday lives of people, and that does impact other things as well. Is that Graham? Oh no, it's Zero again. So let's see, Lebanon.
Lebanon because of the whiteness.
Yeah, so etymology, the name of Mount Lebanon originates from the Phoenician root Laban, meaning white. And what's interesting is, if you look at this, if you were to mirror this, so flip this around, you get, actually, no, not even. It's already in a form where it looks close enough to an L. So the point is, you have it like here, you flip around the bet, and then you add an extra line that becomes a B, and then you flip this around, and you have an N. So like you can literally see how it's connected. You know how like the different scripts are connected. But the point is, so this says Laban, meaning white, apparently from its snow-capped peaks. And like see, Mount Lebanon. No, I don't want Mount Lebanon. Where is this? Pennsylvania? Now I'm actually kind of curious. Yeah, Mount Lebanon, Pennsylvania. No, Mount Lebanon. What is that, 0 again? I don't know what's going on. No, Mount. Oh my God, no. Lebanon. So here, if you look here, let's see. Yeah. How do we turn on here? So, I mean, oh, holy crap. This is actually kind of depressing. I hope this was taken already during the snow melt, because there's barely any white left.
Yeah, the climate change kicking in on it.
Fuck, that's really depressing.
But that's, as I was talking about, like an opposing origin view rather than the actuality of the Exodus. That it was a little more indigenous.
Whoa, dude, this is wild. So I typed in Korach, or Karabakh. What? I wonder. Also called Karachbach or Korachbach. I wonder. This would be interesting. I think we might be onto something. Unless, it's possible the names, it could be Turkish. Let's see. Dang it. If only. The name of the village is a composite of 2 Turkish words, Kara, black, and Bakke, Bak, head. Dang. That would be perfect. But unfortunately.
What was that?
I was saying that if only Korach was connected to, if you could connect that to Korach, but you can't because it's, I mean, I don't know. I could try to find an earlier reference.
Well, if they throw them in a hole in the ground, then maybe it gets lost.
Let's see. Let's see.
What was the Bach part?
No, because it's Turkish.
Korach Bach. Bach is Turkish.
No, the whole thing is.
Oh, I see.
But honestly, I think it's more likely that you connect this to Edom because of how many Edomites are named Korach, and the fact that this happened in the Sinai Desert, supposedly. So, I don't know. Wait, what's this? This is a place called Asnun? I wonder if it's probably too far off, but I wonder if there's a connection to Eshmon. Nah, I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Let's see. Here, wait, do I have to add you back again? Anyway, here we'll continue with the video, and then.
If you remember, when it lists the revolutionaries who were siding with Korach, 250 elders, etc., it mentions of Dathan and Abiram. It mentions, and On ben Pelas in B'nai Reuven. He is only mentioned once in the whole Torah, never mentioned again. And in fact, when it describes who died when the ground opened up or when the fire came out of the incense, some people died through the fire, some people died through the ground. I'll get to that a little later. There's no mention of On ben Pelas. What happened to him? Where did he go? So the Gemara says in Sanhedrin, On ben Pelas was saved by his wife. That it contrasts the difference between the good wife of On ben Pelas and the evil wife of Korach, who put gasoline on the fire. On ben Pelas comes home after hearing one of Korach's speeches. Every man a king. Every man should be the authority. And she comes in and says, hey, I'm going to be equal to Moshe Rabbeinu. And his wife tells him, as good wives often tell their husbands, you are.
She's like, yeah, that's nice.
He
honey.
says, what do you think is going on here? Who do you think is going to win this fight? If Moshe wins, for sure you're in trouble. And even if Korach wins, you think you're going to be anybody? It's just going to replace one boss with another boss. You're going to be a nobody there too. It's interesting. She didn't use from arguments. She didn't use the argument, how can you deny the Torah, etc. She was dealing with this on a very, very practical level. It says, you're worried you're not getting enough kavod in your subordinate status. Don't think it's going to be any better either way. And because of this, she dissuaded him from participating in that rebellion, and his life was saved. As opposed to Korach's wife, when he would discuss what his plans were, she would egg him on. Yeah, you're right. That Moshe Rabbeinu and Aaron, the tax system, in fact, the Medrash even says a lot of it was taxation. You're a farmer and you got to take off the terumah and the meiser and all of these different things. And she said, you're right. We got to replace this. So the pasuk in Mishlei says, the terumah and the meiser and all of these different things. And she said, you're right. We got to replace this. So the pasuk in Mishlei says, Chachmais nashim bonsa beisa. The wisdom of a good wife builds up a house. Piyavelet, and a perverse wife, biyadeha teharsena, with her own hand.
Taharsena, she oh my god, what's it? This is the same as Meneme Tekol, like divide.
And she destroys it.
I guess I was right the first time, but that was Chochmat Nashim, the maybe the wise of women or the wisdom of women. Yesod Bayit is the foundation of the house,
and
the wisdom of women is the foundation of the house.
The Medrash says Chochmas Nashim is Ishtoi Shalom ben Pelas, and the Avelas is Ishto Shel Korach. It's very reminiscent, this idea of hidden agenda. In fact, the hidden agenda really permeated everybody. The Ibn Ezra identifies like 5 different groups, each of which had their own agenda. They're all coming together saying, we want equality, everybody should be equal. In reality, everybody is jockeying for power. The Leviim were jealous of the kohanim. They wanted to be kohanim. Shevet Ruvain, that originally was the firstborn, was jealous of the Leviim taking over from the Bechor. Korach is jealous of either Aaron or Moshe or maybe both, and the like. So each one is pursuing their own selfish agenda in the guise of a rhetoric of equality, when each one is really only thinking about themselves. This is a famous Mishnah in Pirkei Avos. The Mishnah in Pirkei Avos says, every machlokes that is l'shem shamayim, when you have an argument in which they are truly arguing for the sake of God, to understand the truth, to understand the Torah, sofo lehiskayim, eventually both sides are going to endure, meaning we will study both sides, we will learn from both sides, because both protagonists were l'shem shamayim. A machlokes that's not l'shem shamayim eventually gets destroyed. Now the Mishnah then gives an example. What is a machlokes l'shem shamayim? A machlokes like Beis Hillel and Beit Shammai. And even though the halacha is always like Beis Hillel, but we continue to study Beis Shammai. Sofo Liskayim. Beis Shammai Shita is studied. We learn from it. We think about it. And of course, and I'll emphasize this later as well, Liyasid Lava, Bimot HaMashiach. The halacha is going to be like Beis Shammai. We'll get to that. But then it says, what's an example of a machlokas that's not l'shem shamayim? Korach va'adaso. Korach and his confederates. Now the Chassam Sofer asks, l'chayre it's not symmetrical, because when you talk about machlokas l'shem shamayim, you give both sides, Beis Hillel versus Beit Shammai. When you're describing machlokas not l'shem shamayim, you only say Korach v'adaso. You don't say the other side. Now maybe a simple answer would be, well, you're not going to say Korach u'Moshe, because that would imply that Moshe was not l'shem shamayim. So you only identify the part of the machlokas that's not l'shem shamayim. That's a simple answer. But the Chassam Sofer gives a different answer. The Chassam Sofer says, when you have a machlokas not l'shem shamayim, even the people on the same side are really arguing with each other. Meaning to say, Korach v'adasai. Even though rhetorically they presented a unified front, in reality, each one was pursuing their own aim. Indeed, that's been said many times regarding the state of Israel, that one of the things that protects us through Hashgacha Pratis is that the Arabs, hate each other as much, well, maybe not as much, but almost as much as they hate the Jews. So as a result,
feel free to comment. I'll be paying attention, especially as I'm waiting for Graham. So just, keep commenting, or, do whatever you want, but I'll definitely be responding.
Even when they unify, they're not really unified, because each one is pursuing their own selfish end, and as a result, they're less effective than they might otherwise be, because when it's not l'shem shamayim, there can't really be achdus. Everybody is pursuing their own particularized agenda, and therefore
So also, machloket, I think, oh my God, I feel stupid about this. I think it means a discussion, but I think it means like a debate. Machloket. Conflict. So l'shem shemaya, for the sake of heaven. Basically, it's this idea of, fraternité, liberté, égalité. What is it? Is it like Bastille Day or something? I don't know when Bastille Day is. I just know that there's a close connection between the American and okay, let's see. Bastille Day. What is that? Bastille Day is July 14th. Well, you know what? I was darn close. That's actually kind of cool. I literally do not know off the top of my head when Bastille Day is, so it just turns out I was extremely close to it. Is that why you're referencing it? Because that would make a lot of sense.
Korach v'adasa. Korach and all of the groups is a machlokas. They're all arguing with each other. If you remember really, this has kind of been the history of revolutions throughout history. If you go back to the French Revolution, right? So the great rallying call, liberté, égalité, fraternité, liberty, equality.
Okay, dude, this is freaking me out. How did you know he was going to say that? I didn't play that yet, dude. Have you seen this video? That's actually really freaky.
Throughout history.
Did you know he was already talking about
the state of a unified front? In reality, each one was pursuing their own aim. Indeed, that's been said many times regarding the state of Israel, that one of the things that protects us through Hashgacha Pratis is that the Arabs, hate each other as much, well, maybe not as much, but almost as much as they hate the Jews. So as a result, even when they unify,
that's a horribly misconstrued take. Or maybe not misconstrued take, but misconstrued version of reality. You've been thrown back in the timeline, no longer live, or do you forever live? But no, no, what he's saying at the end of the day, it's, I mean, truthfully, I think that, like, on some level, honestly, I mean, has a lot to do with post-colonialism, but even then, you could look back into antiquity. It's not like these nations were always at peace, or like to assume that just because two nations are the only thing that, I don't know. I just honestly, I think it's a bad take. I don't agree with it, and it just, I mean, I know he's coming from a religious point of view, but it's like, it's just that thing, like, in all honesty, what he's talking about, I don't know if he's referring to like all the civil wars that have happened, but that's not because the quote unquote Arabs hate each other. That's because there's corrupt governments in that region. And it was to the point for some where there was literally, like, it was so bad that they overthrew their governments. And like, then you have, governments like the Assad regime, where they see what's going on, and so they really, really fucking devastate their own populations. Like, this isn't complicated. This isn't a matter of people versus people. This is a matter of people versus dictators. But yeah, I mean, I think that's a bad take, honestly. I like this guy, but bad take.
They're not really unified because each one is pursuing their own selfish ends. And as a result, they're less effective than they might otherwise be, because when it's not L'Shem Shemayim, there can't really be Achdus. Everybody is pursuing their own particularized agenda.
So for context,
and therefore, Machlokas.
So Achdus, it's so from the root Achad, which means one, and when you add us, or rather ut, to the end of something, it modifies it to make it like iti, or basically like Yahadut is Judaism, but Yahud means Jew. So by adding dut, it modifies it into I forget how you'd call it. I'm bad with the specifics of like different grammatical terms, but basically, so achdut means unity because it's oneness, literally oneness, but unity basically.
Shalol L'Shem Shemayim, Korach v'Adasa. Korach and all of the groups is a machlokas. They're all arguing with each other. If you remember really, this has kind of been the history of revolutions throughout history. If you go back to the French Revolution, right? So the great rallying call, liberté, égalité, fraternité, liberty, equality, fraternity.
Who got in the
Let
wrong
us
number?
overthrow the monarchy, Louis the 16th, or whichever Louis it was. I remember the number. Let's get rid of the tyrants and establish the universal rights of man. But who did you get replacing Louis? You got Robespierre, people who were murderers, people who were actually much worse than the people they replaced.
Colette, if you hear this, I mean, I know we disagree here, but I mean, to be fair, I think that this is kind of just the status quo for all governments. But no, I think that you could just look at the revolution of 1917, and like, obviously, like, there was a lot of good ideas, but the problem was that because there were so many different people infighting, it made it easy for people who weren't interested in the people, but who were just kind of, like, the philosophy or the ideology went to their heads, or who they I mean, like, at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of good ideas in communism, but a lot of those same good ideas you can find in religion. The problem is that religion can be just as toxic as communism, as can be just as toxic as, well, I mean, actually, I'd say I don't know. I personally think that capitalism is one of the worst ones, but then again, I do wonder how much of that is like, anyway, it's not really a topic for today, but that I do think that it's something that it has done so much harm to the world in a way that has just, it's unprecedented. And that realistically, like, communism is capable of it. And, but like, I feel like it's almost like capitalism is all about, and again, not to say that people aren't devastated by capitalism, but like I feel like capitalism tries to uplift the individuals at the cost of community and at the cost of community and the cost of the world, whereas stuff like communism uplifts the community. But again, what's the community? That's kind of the issue at play here. But at the expense of the individual. And so, I mean, like, obviously that's super simplified, but I'm just kind of dialoguing with myself. So, great thought, Ariel. I'm joking. I think that's really cringy. I was saying that as a joke, in case it wasn't clear.
The communist revolution. Communism.
Because it's only a dialogue if two people are talking. And, you know, I'm not going to use a sock puppet because that would be even cringier. Oh, God. I got the idea in my head. Like, I'm not doing it, but, like, it popped in my head. I can see it, and now I'm like, duh, brain bleach. Also, just in case for YouTube, no, don't put bleach anywhere near your brain. I'm just saying, you know, like, the brain equivalent of bleach. Like, I need something to wipe my memory from that. Cringe.
Overthrow the Tsar. The Tsars were awful, to be sure. We're not friends of the Tsars.
Now I was ahead of what he was
But
saying.
no one's going to tell me that Lenin and Stalin were any type of improvement over the situation of Tsars. So the calls for equality turned out to be totally fake. They were power grabs. They were power grabs. Pol Pot's in Cambodia, if you remember him. Pol Pot, mild-mannered elementary school or high school teacher, mathematics teacher, who really wanted to create a society of fairness, equality, where every person had opportunity. And he wound up creating a regime that murdered millions, unbelievable numbers. I mean, even God forbid, even the Holocaust pales in numbers compared to the hashkasa that he did. Mao Zedong in China. All of these revolutions had a common denominator, that rhetorically, they were seeking to increase equality, freedom. In reality, they turned into oppression, power grabs. Lahavdil, and I'll say Lahavdil, Korach was proceeding in the same direction. And that is why Moshe Rabbeinu responded in a way that was a non sequitur. Korach is arguing equality. Moshe Rabbeinu argues, why are you pursuing ego gratification here? Accept the gift that God has given you. Some of you might be familiar with a book written by George Orwell, the author of 1984, which is the more famous book. But this is a book, Animal Farm.
Yeah.
And Animal Farm is a parody of the Russian Revolution.
Was it all something like all animals deserve to be free, but some animals are more, but some, dang it, no, like all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. I feel like I definitely butchered that somehow, but you know what? I haven't read the book, so, well, I was going to say sue me, but don't. So yeah, maybe just read the book and tell me what the quote is.
Of 1917, and he describes a farm of kind of intelligent animals that are communicating with each other, and they're not being treated very well. So the animals rebel and overthrow the human masters. And one of the animals becomes kind of a leader. It was a pig named Napoleon. That's the name of the person. And Napoleon keeps on talking about equality and fairness, and we have to treat everybody with dignity. And it turns out that Napoleon becomes a dictator that was much worse than the human dictator that was overthrown. This was Orwell's take on the Russian Revolution. And in truth, most revolutions were this way. Again, the American Revolution might be an interesting exception, although some people are even debating that. Okay. But the fact that there are exceptions does not detract from the fundamental general pattern that you see in history. So this is the notion of the hidden agenda. Now, Kabbalistically, there's some deep things going on here. And that is, the Zohar understands that, again, exactly who does Korach want to be? Does he want to be Moshe? Does he want to be Aaron? It's not clear really who he wants. Moshe himself says, "Ubikashtem gam kehunah," you're looking to be Kohen. That in fact, Korach wanted to be Kohen Gadol. Korach wanted to be a Kohen Gadol, and he wanted Shevet Levi to be the kohanim. And now, there weren't that many kohanim then, right? You just had Aaron, two of his surviving sons, Elazar and Isamar, and Pinchas, who was not yet consecrated as a Kohen. All there were four kohanim at the time, but Korach wanted the Leviim to take over. And Kabbalistically, the argument is the following. Kohanim represent the midah of chesed.
And I was going to
Chasadim.
it.
The midah of chesed.
Wait, what do you say?
Leviim represent the midah of chesed. Leviim represent the midah of chesed. Chasadim.
Wow.
The midah of chesed. Leviim
are Gvura?
Represent the midah of Gevura. Thus we find by the Chaydo.
Because, Levim, or Lave, Lamed Vav Hey means to bind, or like wreath, or encircle.
There you go. Aaron the Kohen was conciliatory, and he tried to accommodate people, even though it turned out not to be the right decision necessarily. The Leviim were the zealots who stood up. So in Kabbalah, the Zohar says, Kohanim are chasadim, Leviim are gevurais. The reason why the kehunah was given to Kohanim is based on the idea that God's original plan, Bereshis bara Elokim. Elokim is midas hadin. God's original plan was to create the world with midas hadin. Meaning, you do good, God rewards you. You do bad, you get zapped with lightning. Ra'ah, Hashem saw
he was going to create the world
that the world could not survive, was to create the world with midas hadin. Meaning, you do good, God rewards you. You do bad, you get zapped with lightning. Ra'ah, Hashem.
Oh, okay. So this is interesting because there's this one song that actually connected to the name of this website that it has up here. So the song goes like this. Olam chesed yibane yadadai yadai yadadai Olam chesed yibane yadadai yadadai Olam chesed yivane yadai 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 Olam chesed yivane yadai 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 And then the way that usually goes is, I will build this world from love, da, 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 da. You will build this world from love, da, 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 da. And we will build this world from love, da, 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 da. But literally, Olam chesed yivaneh. Olam, the world or the universe. Chesed. Well, so the thing is, you need to look at it in context, but I'm going to rearrange it so that it makes sense within the way that you would understand English. So, Olam Yibaneh Chesed. The world, Olam Yibaneh, was built Chesed, with kindness. Now, and this is what's I find this so interesting because, basically my whole life, I was like, I hear the song. I mean, I didn't hear it my whole life, but for as long as I knew the song, basically most of the time I did, I was like, okay, well, this is nice. It's about, making the world a better place by using kindness. But there's a deep esoteric level to this. It's literally saying that Hashem, that God, used the sephira of chesed, which, you can look at it as, it's kindness, or it's, this kind of like universal, like archetypal kindness. But more than that, it also is connected with all these other symbolisms and traditions. Like, for instance, it's like it's connecting to the planet Jupiter, or planet Jupiter in Hebrew known as Tzedek. And it's interesting because there's another very famous line. So here's, the first one was Olam Chesed Yibaneh, that the world was built from kindness. And then you have Tzedek Tirdof. Actually, let me pull this up real quick. Let's see, Tzedek. Tzedek. Where is this? What are we looking for? Tanakh. It's in Leviticus here, 1915. All right. Where is this? Is it I think it's further up. Where the heck is this? Where is this? 1915. I think maybe, was that it? No, this is, let's see. Justice you shall pursue. Deuteronomy 16:20. Tzedek tirdof. Most people only read that part. Justice you shall pursue. Lema'an, so that you may live, v'yirashtah, and inherit et ha'aretz, the land, asher Adonai, that Adonai, or that Hashem, Elohecha, your God, noten lach, has given to you. Now, what's interesting is that, so the Shoftim, is there. Let me see if I'm missing anything. So what's interesting is that, there's a really interesting critique of, some of the real fucked up shit that's happened. Because basically there's this idea that you can't inherit the land if you act unjustly. And I think that's whether you view that on a spiritual level, but on a very, very real level, if you if you cause one of the people in the land, even just a small fragment of them, to be so fed up that they view it that if they can't have that land, then nobody can, that's what terrifies me. And basically the way you prevent that is by making the radical elements, the ones who want war, the crazy ones. And the only way you do that is by, so many things that need to happen, normalization. So many things that were on the way to happening, but really got screwed up with Oslo and the death of Rabin. He was more than just a person. He was a figurehead. And so with him died the peace process, realistically. The truth is that's something that I want to revive. It's kind of I don't know, the world's going to shit. It's I just want to do my part to try to slow the shit fall. Because, if the shit falls very slowly, you can luckily dodge it. But if it falls too fast, it hits you in the face and splatters, and nobody's going to like that. Actually, there's some people who might like that. Yeah, there's actually definitely some people who like that. Oh God, it's, you know what? I'm not trying to kink shame. It's not sanitary in my mind. But the point being is that you got to slow the shit fall. Because if everybody slows the shit fall long enough, that shit can be turned into fertilizer. Well, but to be fair, actually, that's a bad analogy because even that has potential for abuse. So, but on the other hand, you know what? Use fertilizer to grow psychedelics instead of. Oh, actually, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say that. You use fertilizer for manure. You use it to grow plants, not things that hurt people, because that's bad. And if you do that, you're basically just one of those defense contractors. I'm joking. No, you're one without a license. It's still fucked up. Don't do it. Don't hurt people. Hurting people is fucked up. Don't do it. Anyway, yeah, going back to this.
Saw that the world could not survive on strict din.
Oh yeah.
So
the world can't survive on strict din because imagine it's like, oh, you know what? I'm really hungry. I'm going to take this cookie out of the cookie jar. Zap, and you're dead. You can't learn your lesson because it's just pure judgment. Though, I mean, I guess to be fair, you could argue maybe in that case that I don't know. Maybe in that case, if that was the way that the world was made, then we wouldn't have any will to, be aware of. But I personally think that, better not to think about theoreticals that aren't even possible. At least not in this universe. All right. MAGA pushing to empower unitary executive autocrat for decisive action rather than bothering with checks and balances, messy negotiation of democracy. In other words, respect my authority. I don't know. I'm making fun of it, but the truth is, yeah, this shit is terrifying. America could easily become a theocracy. Yeah. Project 2025 asserts theocracy. Yeah, prepare for all the things you like what is it? Like any sort of critical theory, any sort of thing that offends the sensibilities of the religious elite. Also, I mean, let's be real. Even some, I don't know. It's kind of funny. I'm pretty sure if you look at the rates of porn addiction, it's highest in the more conservative areas, but nonetheless, they want to ban it. And it's like, okay, well, you could look at it as, oh, well, maybe they want to ban it because it's such a problem. No, it's such a problem because they have an issue with it. It's all about the taboo. The taboo has power. You weaken that. I mean, it's like literally South Park proved this right. South Park destroyed the taboo around the word shit. They broke the record for the use of the word shit on network TV. And by doing so, they made it where saying shit was no longer a big deal. Given that this all occurred when I was still a child, and saying shit, would still be a big deal around some children, around some families. But at the same time, you also have plenty of people just using it as a normal word. And it's funny because honestly, wow, it's funny because of what they did. Wow, it's literally wild. I mean, shit used to be seen as like a swear word, and now you can say, oh, I just need to go take a shit. I mean, you probably are only going to say that around your friends. I can't imagine that you're going to tell your date, hey, I need to go take a shit. You might say, I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. But the point is, there was definitely a time where the word shit was shit. But no, and that's not how it's. I mean, given you can use it that way, and frankly, that's actually happened with the F word as well. With where people use it as a verb, colloquially, not in oh shoot, my itches. I think I might add some wax on it. Anyway, Graham, now that you're here, I thought you'd have a lot of interesting thoughts on this one video that I was waiting to watch because oh god, oh my eye, shit. Speaking of the word shit, yeah, how have you been?
Not too bad. I hope you didn't get shit in your eye.
Oh no, that's how you get pink eye. I've never had pink eye. Thank God. And
I had it once.
Oof. Did someone rub shit in your eye?
No, we weren't sure. We think it might have been something I was allergic to.
I mean,
No, it's not fun. It's not fun. Gets all red, gets all swollen, all sorts of goop comes out. Not fun at all. Avoid if possible.
Is the goop pink?
No, the eye turns pink. Yeah, you really hope the goop isn't pink. You hope it's clear. Sometimes it gets all cloudy. If it's cloudy, that means the infection's really bad.
Okay, yeah, that's enough of that. Okay, so check out what I
As you can tell, I was a medic, and I was trained by my father, the doctor, too. So,
all right. So listen to this. So Korach, the spiritual pitfall you need to avoid, the downfall of Korach. Are you falling into the trap of spiritual narcissism? I mean, it's always a good lesson to learn, but oh wow, this guy must be a Nephilim. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it looks like a sixth finger, or rather a fifth finger, and then he has a thumb. Actually, no, it looks like he has 2 thumbs, and then 4 fingers, and that one of those fingers got cut off. And then here you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I don't know if. Is this supposed to be Korach? He looks like one of those comedians. At the same time, is he supposed to be Jesus? In any case, why does he have 6 fingers? He must be a Nephilim.
well, what occurs? I hate to say it, but what the first thing that occurs to me as well is his first name, David.
I don't get it.
Oh, it's a play off of David Koresh.
Oh, I get it. But yeah, now that I think about it, I hate using he's a Nephilim. It's not. Oh shit. It's not technically proper grammar. Like it would be more accurate to say he's a Nephil, or if you're talking about someone who's female, you would be saying she, or in this case, he Nephila. I wonder, do you think there's Nephilim in Nepal?
Etymologically, I don't have a clue.
No, I'm joking. I'm making a joke.
Oh, sorry.
But you always hear about these what is it, like the giant mummies coming out of China and Nepal or whatever, or Tibet. It just the whole idea of the Nephilim giants. I'm joking.
I hadn't heard the giant mummies out of Tibet as much. The mummies were, again, the mummies that I find interesting around there are the Terran Basin mummies.
Oh yeah, which culture? What was it called?
I forget which culture it was. I want to say Sinatu might have been one of them, but that's probably wrong. But again, the fact that they're red-haired and mummies back when people weren't doing mummification much in that area always makes it interesting.
All right, so let's see. Right here.
Shalom, everybody, and welcome back to Old Soul Torah. Today, we're going to be talking about spiritual narcissism. What is it and how to avoid it, etc. We're going to be looking at one of the Torah stories in Sefer Bamidbar, in the book of Numbers. It's the Parsha of Korach. Korach is the Torah's archetypal spiritual narcissist amongst many other archetypes that he plays. For example, instigator, Baal Machloket, always looking to create division and disharmony by hyper-focusing on what is wrong with leadership and trying to undermine authority of Moses and Aaron. Nevertheless, we're going to keep our focus today just on the spiritual narcissism part. It is a plague that is prevalent in today's society, both in traditional and non-traditional spiritual paths. And the place to really get an idea of how it works is right here in Parshah Korach.
In the book of Numbers, Korach, a cousin of Moses and Aaron, gathers a broad coalition of disgruntled groups within the Israelite camp and presents himself as a genuine reformer who has the people's interests in mind. Today, I would like to take a closer look at his flaw. He is a classic spiritual narcissist, and the following are ways in which this idea is supported. Personal ambition. Many commentators, such as Rashi, explain that Korach's rebellion was really being driven by his own personal ambition and jealousy. He wanted Aaron's position of high priest for himself and was dissatisfied with the roles assigned to him and his family compared with his cousins. That is why Moses yells at him, saying, Hashem has brought you and all your fellow Levites near himself, but now you are trying to get the priesthood too? It is against the Lord that you and all your followers have banded together. Who is Aaron that you should grumble against him? So here we see that Korach's rebellion is really motivated by a desire for power, his cousin's power, Aaron, and recognition, rather than genuine concern for the community. Next, manipulation of religious principles to serve selfish needs. Korach argued that the entire congregation was holy and questioned why Moses and Aaron should have special status. They came as a group to oppose Moses and Aaron and said to them, "You have gone too far. The whole community is holy, every one of them, and the Lord is with them. Why then do you set yourself above the Lord's assembly?" Here, Korach uses religious language to make his case. The whole community is holy, so why do you set yourselves above everyone else? And he uses the religious arguments to mask his own true motives for power. Moses and Aaron are the ones accused of craving power and exploiting their office to advance personal goals. Yet behind Korach's complaints is his own hunger for their status. Spiritual narcissists often use their position or teachings to manipulate, take advantage of, and exploit their community by appealing to the argument of social justice and inequality. Yet the irony is that they become a mirror image of what they are accusing others of doing, causing division and strife. Spiritual narcissists are known for causing problems in a community, particularly when they are ignored or not in the center of attention. By creating problems, they bring the focus back on themselves. And finally, spiritual narcissists suffer from spiritual entitlement, the idea that they deserve more than what they are getting. Much of the following class material today will be focused on this area, as it doesn't only pertain to Korach, but it's a trap anyone can easily fall into on the spiritual or religious path.
Wow, some of this is
And begin with a verse from
Almost like
Reshit,
déjà vu.
from Genesis, the very beginning of the Torah. Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. And interesting that it says, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." But then if you go to verse 27, and God created man in his image. That's it. What happened to likeness? So notice the intention is to create man in image and likeness. But when it actually happens and man is created, he's only created in image and likeness drops. So what exactly is the difference?
Are those
between
two
image and
words, that is the same words in
Image
the
is like
Greek
the
and or
blueprint of-
Hebrew? Because
Which
that
one?
could easily be a translation where they don't want to repeat the same word twice, and it's the same word twice in English.
Which one?
I mean, no, I was questioning whether he's making a big deal about a translation choice. Because I don't know if you've ever looked at James Tabor's new translation of Genesis. And he makes a big deal in there about the just the raw genericism of the language.
But
You know what?
what was this saying again?
He's trying to sit there and say in one part it says image, and another part it says likeness.
No. This is true. Here, I'll pull it up.
Okay, no, that you understand my question. There is I don't know either Hebrew or Greek, and likeness and image are close enough that I can see somebody translating it to say, well, we don't want to say image twice this close together, so let's find a synonym to substitute. I totally believe you, Ariel. I was just curious.
Yeah. No, I'm just using it as an opportunity to teach. Won't take any time. So Vayomer Elohim, and Elohim said, Naaseh Adam, we will make man, or like human, we will make human, Bitsalmenu. Now, Tselem, I think it could, yeah, image. So the thing is, it could be image or likeness. Tselem, I'm trying to think. So tselem, image, idol. And see, this is kind of the thing. It could mean an image, like a picture. It can also mean something that is like in the figure, or in the, like, it's like what's the word? That it's sympathetic to it, or that it's like, that there's a connection.
Representation kind of thing.
Yeah. And so interesting. So this says images of tumors, mice, heathen gods. I don't know what it means by mice. Sorry, I mean, no, not mice. I mean by tumors. That might be the one where it's referring to the hemorrhoids or something. But in that case, it's possible that it was actually just breasts, like similar to the Artemis or Diana of Ephesus. How she has all these breasts, and so that image could have been ostracized and polemicized as, oh, she has all these tumors or something, which I think is clearly an indication of the attempt to get rid of those images, which I think was wrong. I think that if you have such an issue with it, you should say, you know what? Well, but see, that's kind of the issue. If you have an issue with it and you put that in a text, it's inevitably going to get transmitted down. I guess the issue would have been what people were using it for if it was seen as so immoral, but I don't know. I'm a lot more liberal than the text. All right, so we will make human in our image, and so like the word "salam," let's tell it. I think what's the word? I'm pretty sure "salam" means picture in like modern Hebrew, like a picture that you could pronounce. But and then here you have ke demutenu. Like demotenu, like our likeness, or like because ke means like, and demut is likeness or similitude. It's also possible that this isn't damutenu, but it could be demutenu. It could be damotenu. That we will make the human in our image. What was it? Like our blood, because so if you just take here, look. Oh, it doesn't show up. What if I do demut? So demut could be resemblance, image, man's divine image, as though he diminished the divine image by neglecting the propagation of man. They compare the appearance of divinity to the shape of man. So I think within this context, demut, because of the context it appears in, it seems like this could be understood as like, this is the shape. Like, when you make a stick figure, when you make a gingerbread man, that shape, that's a demut. But then the tsalmenu is, in this case, because tselem, if you go to the root, silem, image, likeness, resemblance, maybe? Okay, let me see. What is the context that this appears in? Tselem. Let's see. Here we'll look at this. What is this? All right. Tomer Dvora. Man is suited to resemble his creator, and through this he achieves the secret of the higher form. Wait, let me see this. Oh wait, Ha'adam Roi. Ravi, I don't know. The man something, it says suited. Sheyit dama lekuno. Oh my god, this is to resemble his progenitor. Yeah, Sheyit dama, to resemble his progenitor. The man, the human, resembles or no, wait. What was that? No, the man is suited to resemble after or for his creator, and so it is, and so this is, or so shall be, and that and so it is in the secret Hatzura, the secret of the form or the shape or the figure, the secret of the figure Ha'elyonah, of the supreme figure, Tselem Udamut. Okay, I'm just going to read this. If there's something that pops out, I could always look at the Hebrew. The secret of the higher form, Tselem and Damut. If he were to resemble physically, but not in his actions, he would be making the form into a lie. They would say of him, this is a pleasant form, but ugly deeds. The essence of the higher Tselem and Damut is in his actions, and of what good is it to be like the higher form, the form of his limbs, quote unquote, and to not resemble his creator in his actions. Therefore, it could be suitable for a person to resemble the acts of Keter, which are the 13 higher attributes of mercy, hinted in Micah 7:18-20, who is a powerful God like you. And now we will explain those 13 deeds, which one should possess. All right, the first is, who is a powerful God like you? This teaches that God is a shamed king bearing on What does this mean? That God is okay, wait, I'm going to read the Hebrew. Mi el kamocha, who is like God? Literally, who? Mi el, who? Wait, yeah. Who? Mi el, who is a God kamocha like you? More al hayot. Teaching upon hayot, being, I don't know. Hakadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He. Melech ne'elav. What's this? The king pressed upon Sovel Elvon. The suffering Elvon. Mashal. Okay, wait. What was this? Shamed king. Oh wait. Okay. Melech. Melech ne'elav. He is a king that is to arrogate superiority, to humiliate, to insult. Those who are insulted and do not insult hear themselves reviled. To put to shame, insult, humiliate, be put to shame. All right, na'alav. Does it have that form? Na'alav. Na'aleh means lofty. Na'alav means insulted. What on earth does this mean? Any thoughts? What does it mean that God is a shamed king, bearing incalculable shame? Without doubt, nothing is hidden from his oversight, and there is no moment when a person is not nourished and supported by the higher force that flows upon him, so that there was never a person who sinned against God without God at that very instant flowing into him his existence and his ability to move his limbs. Even though this person sins with that force, God does not withhold it at all. God endures the shame, flowing into the person the power for his limbs to move, and the person using that power at that moment for sin and iniquity and to anger God, and God endures it patiently, even though he has the power. Erech apayim v'rav chesed ve'emet. He's slow to anger but abounding in kindness and mercy. To withdraw that flowing force, and the word flowing force is shefa, and he should have said, since you sin against me, sin with your own strength, not with mine. He does not withhold good from a person for this. Instead, he endures the shame and flows strength and gives a person of his goodness. This is the meaning of, who is a powerful God like you? You are a powerful God, giving and benefiting, and a powerful God with strength to take revenge and take back what is yours, and yet you bear and are ashamed until the person repents. This is a trait one must follow, meaning patience and being shamed, even to this extent, and yet not to withhold one's aid from the recipient. Is this basically saying to turn the other cheek?
That's not quite my take on it, but I can see where somebody could get that out of it. Part of what I'm seeing is you're dealing with the wrestling of a single creator. And if shame exists, that creator is also going to be the source of pain and the essence of pain. And it's the idea that, again, with the idea of this being the absolute creator, more El Elyon, is that, at that point in time, God's power is still going to flow despite what you did, and it's going to basically kind of replace the shame. That's sort of the take I'm getting. Again, I'm not saying that yours is wrong. Just I was picking up on a different sense tag.
Well, so, I mean, what's literally being said is that because God is constantly giving you the shefa, which I want to make sure that is the word that it uses, because that's huge. Let's see, shefa. Okay, what's the word I should be looking for? Flowing force. Where is it? Hinders the shit. Oh, it's towards the end, so I'll just go up from there. Shefa, savlanut, patience, mashalo, yisupar, I'm just going to read it. Sorry. She'esa, wait, nishfa. Yeah, hanishfa, shafa. Hakoach, hanishfa, the power, the energy that nishfa, that flows. But here I can just show you that shafa. And this is actually also the root for the what is it, shefa? The Shefa Valley. I think it has to do with the water that flows. Oh, there, shefa. To be smooth, to incline, slide, to pour out, run, discharge, to make slanting, to flow, run, overflow, over measure, flow abundantly, be abundant. So, for lack of a better term, even though literally a translation of the force, in Star Wars would be hakoach, it would probably be more accurate to say hashefa, because it's that which flows throughout all existence.
What about the thread?
Get that shit out of here.
I couldn't resist.
After I said that, I was questioning, wait, are you talking about the idea, the thread that binds all existence, outside of that? I haven't even seen the new shit, but also yeah. So Zero is right. The term was Tokharian, the redheads with celtoid tattoos, the mummies in China.
Absolutely, thank you, Zero. You're 100 Tochari. That's what I was trying to think of, and came up with something wrong instead. Thanks.
All right. Anyway, so let's see. So are we at 3? Behold, this is a trait that a person must practice. I mean, tolerance. And so to be insulted even to this extent, and nonetheless not to withhold one's goodness from the recipient. I mean, basically, at least what I'm saying is just because someone, it's not saying turn the other cheek, continue to let people abuse you. I think it's more so saying say that, and maybe this is a different lesson, but it's say that someone, cuts you off in traffic. And you're like, oh, what a fucking asshole. And then they get in a horrible car wreck. I guess, okay, well, in that example, it's not safe to just stop there. You definitely want to call 911. But the point is, at that moment, do you take pleasure or do you feel bad for them? Do you and I think that's kind of the example, except maybe it's more so say that someone, I have an example. Say say you work in a restaurant. And you just, got, what is it? You just had someone, finish their food, and you see they're about to dine and dash. And as they get up, they choke on some of their food. And it's okay, well, do you help them or do you let them choke? And the answer is obviously you help them. But, it's okay, that's still not a good example. Oh, wait, here's a better example. You're a doctor and you're about to leave the hospital, and as you're leaving, someone pulls a gun on you, and say okay, no, better example. Say that they're beating you up, and then eventually you give them your wallet or whatever. And as they're walking away, all of a sudden they start to have a heart attack. You know what to do, and you can help them. But they literally just beat you up. Do you turn the other cheek and suck it up and stop them from dying, or do you just let them die from a heart attack? And I mean, at the end of the day, what would be sweeter revenge than having them come to in a hospital bed with shackles on because they just assaulted you, and despite that, you saved their life.
Now, the one problem with the doctor example is they're legally and vocationally obligated to help everyone regardless. They can't drive past an accident scene and basically still be able to claim they're a legitimate doctor. A doctor needs to check and look.
Okay, fine. Say that you're just someone who has medical training, but you're not like you know, like, I mean, does that still apply even if you're not a practicing doctor?
No, just like, a lawyer is an officer of the court, and if a lawyer finds out something is being done criminal, they're vocationally and legally obligated to say something, and if they don't, they can get repercussions. Other people aren't.
All right, so the point is, say you don't have any obligation, you could, I mean, given, like, for all intents and purposes, you could legally, and some people might argue, like, I don't know if it would be ethically, but like maybe morally, like, I don't know. I don't think it would be right. But the point is, like, say that, like, some people might view it as karma and be like, it's not, it's not my place to intervene. But I think that that's just kind of what it's saying. It's almost like, even if someone spits in your face, that you still help them when they're in need. I don't know. That's what I'm getting from this.
Oh, I agree with you, and I think need is a key word there.
Yeah.
I don't think they expect you to go out of your way for the person and go into, wants and desires or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, you gotta at least hit their needs. I agree.
Yeah. So here you have the second, who bears iniquity, and behold, this is greater than the previous. As behold, a man does not do an iniquity without creating a destructive spirit, as it is learned. One who transgresses a single iniquity acquires a single prosecutor, and behold, this prosecutor stands in front of the Holy One. Blessed be he, and says, X made me, and no creature exists in the world except from the flow of the Holy One. Blessed be he, and behold, this destructive spirit that stands in front of the Holy One. Blessed be he, from what does he exist? It would be logical that the Holy One, blessed be he, would say, I do not nourish destructive spirits. He should go to the one that made him and be sustained from him. And the destructive spirit would go down immediately and take his soul, excise him, or have him punished according to his punishment, until this destructive spirit is nullified. But the Holy One, blessed be he, does not do this, but he rather bears and tolerates the iniquity. And just as he nourishes and sustains the whole world, so too does he nourish and sustain this destructive spirit, until there be one of three things. Either the sinner repents and he finishes him and nullifies him with his mortifications, or that the righteous judge like Dayan Emet, or would this be Dayan Sedek, nullifies him with his with afflictions and death, or that the sinner goes to Gehinnom and he pays his debt there. And that is the meaning that that which Cain said, it is my iniquity too great to bear, and the sages, may their memories be blessed, explained it, Midrash Tanchuma, Bereshit 9. You tolerate the whole world, meaning nourish and sustain, and my iniquity is so heavy that you cannot tolerate it, meaning to sustain it until I repent and repair it. If so, behold, this is a great trait of tolerance, that he nourishes and sustains an evil creature that the sinner created until he repents. Honestly, it kind of sounds the same as the first one. A person should learn from this how much he needs to be tolerant, to carry the yoke of his fellow and his evils that he did against him, to the measure such that his evil that he sinned against him is still in existence, and he tolerates it until his fellow repairs it, or that it is nullified by itself and similar to. What are you getting from that? That's kind of strange.
Well, it sounds like it's almost saying like you have to put up with it until the other person changes.
But it also, so a person should learn from this how much he needs to be tolerant. It's not saying he needs to be this tolerant. It's almost saying a person should learn from this. Like, you're taking that as a measure, and that's what it says later, to carry the yoke of his fellow and his evils that he did against him.
I hear what you're saying. One possible take on it that, I haven't heard offered is the idea of you should keep being as tolerant as possible until your pain threshold is hit. And it's sort of like is applying to adjust to individual people where, and when you hit that point of too much pain, well, you can't be tolerant anymore. And that's a realistic thing. And it's basically trying to advise people to push to that point or beyond, like doing a bench press. You try to push a few more and throw in another 2 pounds or something. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah. Almost like the straw that broke the camel's back.
Right. And it's the point of the thing is that everybody should go one straw short of that point, regardless of if that's 10 straws, 50 straws, or 1,000 straws.
Yeah. So this says the third and passes over transgression. What's this? Ve'over al shefa. Wait, what? Passes over transgression. Al shefa? Oh, pesha. Interesting. Whoa. I'm going to have to share this like this afternoon at Shabbos lunch. That shefa is the let's see. Interesting. Okay, so yeah. So pesha versus shefa. It's literally just rearranging the shin and the pei. What comes first? The mouth. Pesha, which is rebelliousness, comes from the pei first. But shin from I don't know where I'm. Let's see. Shefa. Maybe it's like the flows from your teeth, from your shinai mat. No. The milk flows shefa from the breast versus so yeah, the shefa is from the heart, or is from the chest, is from tiferet, whereas pesha. Okay, I don't know. I'm just hyperanalyzing this anyway. And passes over transgression. This is a great trait, as behold, the pardon is not through an emissary, but actually through the Holy One, blessed be He, as it is written, for with you is forgiveness. Let's see, what's this? Zomida Gadola Shahare Ein Mechila Al Yadei Shaliach. Oh wait, where is this? Brachut Kedichtiv Ki Imcha, because with you Haslicha, because with you is forgiveness, is Haslicha. What is this? It says forgiveness, but you could just say Imecha Slicha. With you is forgiveness, but this is with you is the forgiveness, abundant forgiveness. I honestly kind of wonder if this might be like a divine feminine term. I mean, it inevitably is feminine. I just wonder if it's actually like a theonym, but or rather like a god title. But
yeah, that's why it almost sounds like they're dealing with like the actual emanations themselves. It's like you're dealing with shame itself as opposed to acts that produce shame.
Interesting. Almost like the trees versus the fruit.
Yeah, or to bring this into more of a Christian sense, one of the ones that always puzzles people there is the idea of Jesus becoming sin itself. And again, it could be a jump to a higher level, to the archetype level, where you're fully embracing, embodying, and becoming the archetype. Again, just throwing ideas at the wall and seeing what might stick.
Honestly, that the way that I kind of get that whole like, he took on sin or he became sin. Maybe it's just like, okay, well, you know what? He's spotless, so he's not going to get dirty if he puts on, a really fucking disgusting shirt that's been like, it's just like literally it's been in a pigsty. It's covered in God knows what, from multiple different animal species, multiple different.
I know that shirt, Ariel. I've seen it before on multiple podcasts.
Come on, there's no shirt that actually that exists that's this bad. Like literally something that's been like it's like a shirt that is fermented. It's caked in shit and vomit, like just never been washed. And so you have this like basically this Teflon person who, nothing that he wears can dirty him. And so he's like, okay, well, and so that's basically the equivalent of like, I think there's the parallel between taking on those things and then descending down to death, because it's kind of like he took those things on before he died and then he went down to Hades. But with that going down, it's almost like in going down, you are going into like a pit of like, basically imagine, so you have Mr. Invincible. Literally nothing can destroy him. Like, he can go down, or whatever. He can, which also goes into all the issues around some of the early Gnostic heresies. But basically, imagine you have someone who, for all intents and purposes, he's made out of asbestos. He can literally go in a furnace and come out fine. Kind of like the whole thing with Abraham and the furnace and that story. So basically, he goes into the, and say this shirt is made out of asbestos, because they used to make clothing out of asbestos, which is terrifying to have learned. Or they'd also make like tablecloths out of asbestos, so you just throw it in the fire and it would burn off all the dirt and grime, and so then you just take it out and you have brand new asbestos tablecloth. And so with this, basically by taking...
Yeah, just for the record, I used asbestos gloves back in the day.
Yikes. But yeah, so
it worked really well.
Oh, I'm sure. It's one of those things like, certain rocks are very pretty, but they're also very poisonous. Or it's like, ooh, mercury, how beautiful. I want to touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
Well, you may not even want to sleep with that natural glowing nightlight next to you either.
What are you talking about?
Radium.
Oh, good point. But yeah, so where are we saying? Oh, right, that basically with that. So I think the whole idea of like taking on the sin of the world, it's basically the equivalent of like, imagine if rather than Gollum jumping after the ring into Mount Doom, instead what happened was, say, some god of Middle Earth or whoever, comes down and, again, this isn't what I think Christianity was originally, but like, work with what it became. Basically this idea that, God puts himself in reality, and then all of a sudden you're like, well, you know what? I mean, nobody's like imagine. Also, you have this whole idea of like, oh, the sin of the world's too heavy for any one person to bear, but he's able to bear it, and so then he jumps into the volcano, and everyone's like, oh no, he's dead, but he saved us. He saved us from the sin. And then 3 days later, a hand pops out of the volcano, just like Terminator, out of the lava or molten metal. Is like, guess who's back?
Oh. You needed to use sandals there. If you'd used sandals, you would have been able to channel Empedocles, because he basically did that in front of his followers, where he threw himself in a volcano to become a god. And people started questioning when they found his sandals a few days later.
That's too funny.
Oh, I love learning about the ancient world, because you have people who did all sorts of stuff that you couldn't make up.
Yeah. Anyway, so let's see where. Oh wait, did I? Oh, I must have accidentally closed the text. I didn't even realize. Share screen. Where is this? I'm surprised. I didn't plan on reading any of the Torah Dvorah, but all right. So, blessed with you is forgiveness, or the forgiveness. And what is that forgiveness? That he washes away the transgression, as it is written, when the Lord will have washed away the filth of the daughters of Zion, etc. And so too it is written, I will sprinkle upon you pure waters, and this is the meaning of and passes over transgression. He sends forth waters of washing, and he passes and washes away the transgression. And behold, just like this likeness must a person be, such that he not say, and shall I fix what X sinned or destroyed? he should not say like this, for behold, a person sins in the Holy One, blessed be he himself. And he should not say like this, for behold, a person sins in the Holy One, blessed be him himself, and not through an emissary fixes the twisted and washes away the filth of the transgression. Wait. He should not say like this, for behold. Wait, a person sins in the Holy One. I feel like I'm missing something. And from here the person will be ashamed to sin again, for behold, the king himself washes the dirt of his clothes. Okay, it's getting to be a bit much, so I'll just go back to this. Where was it? Here.
Your soul. It's the template. It's everything that is going to happen is already there, and image and likeness drops. So what exactly is the difference between this? But when it actually happens and man is created, he's only created in image, and likeness drops. So what exactly is the difference between image and likeness? Image is like the blueprint of your soul. It's the template. It's everything that is going to happen is already there in blueprint form. It just needs to be actualized. So the thing is like this, is we are born with image, but we have to earn our likeness. And it's no different than a seed and a tree and the difference between them. The seed has all the encoding and everything it needs to become a tree. It has the potential right there within its shells, but it has to give up seed life and transform and grow and develop before it can become a tree. But does the seed have the entitlement to be treated the same way a tree does, meaning to take on the tree status when it hasn't earned what it takes to be a tree? And that is where we say no. Once you understand that the seed, when the seed feels and believes it's entitled to a certain amount of status recognition and respect of the tree, that's a unhealthy form of entitlement. So what is Korach's argument? Is we're born holy. See, what Korach neglects is the second part of we are created in the divine image, and we have to live up and create that likeness of him, right? So what Korach conveniently manipulates you into thinking is, because you're created in the image of God, you're godly, you are God, you are divine. And who are you, Moses and Aaron, to put yourselves above everybody else? All of us are expressions of the divine being. All of us are manifestations of the one eternal creator. All of us are holy. All of us are beautiful. All of us are divine, as we often hear so many of the New Age community saying this. And my Christian friend also said, you're all saved. You're all saved already, right? So whether you're all godly, you're all divine, you're all saved. Wrong premise to begin with if you're looking for a healthy spiritual path. Now, contrast what Korach says with what Moshe says. So where Korach says you are all holy, look at the highlight here. You shall be holy. What's the difference? Korach, you're already holy, right? And entitled to being treated as holy. Moshe, no, you shall be holy. Future tense. How? Look at the beginning of the verse. This will be your fringe. These are talking about fringes of remembrance, tzitzit. You will see it and remember all of the Lord's commands to do them. Meaning it's a remembrance and it's a doingness. It is what you do that determines who you are, what choices you make, what actions you make, and how much you earn your potential and status in the world. And that's why we're all here, folks.
Interesting.
There's a famous passage that discusses Korach's challenge to Moshe.
Oh, I was going to sit there and say, Ariel, he could have just summed it up to genotype versus phenotype for me.
Philosophical symbolism relevant.
Can you explain?
Oh, yeah. Anybody who knows biology, it's the genotype versus phenotype. The genotype is what your genes say that you're capable of. The phenotype is what it is actually physically the object in the world. And it's basically the concept of genotype. Phenotype follows genotype.
Oh,
where,
okay.
I
see where you're going with this.
Yeah, I'm going. This is basic biology 101 back in my day. I don't know if they still teach this these days, but.
Oh no! I I know what pheno and genotype are. I just meant like I didn't know how you were connecting that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying for my way my mind works, that's all he would need to explain the difference between, image and likeness. There is the difference between image is the genotype, and then likeness would be the phenotype that it grows into. That's all. He clarified what the difference was. I'm cool with it now, and I appreciate that. Thanks. You're muted. Huh. Hi there, everyone. Not used to being all alone here. I've been talking about Korah, and again, one of the aspects that the last video had that I found interesting is they were using the word become. And become is a word that when I was doing my history without any gaps evaluation study group, is we were investigating, and Greek has words for being, but there really isn't any word that the ancient Greeks had for become. That's not really a verb in ancient Greece. They kind of have to combine multiple words in order to get become. So the whole being versus becoming, the ancient Greek philosophers didn't have a convenient word for become. And we found that lack of language ability in the ancient Greek caused a lot of the language issues that the philosophers used. I'll tag to Ariel now that he's back.
Yeah. Hey, Baron. It's not a do-rag, but wait, now that I see that, is do-rag like a rag for dew, like for moisture? Is that why it's called that? But no, it's a sudra. It's what Jews wore before they wore kippot, because due to persecution and not looking European, they were basically made to hide their headwear underneath hats, and the way to do that was with kippot. Also, probably has some connection to the kaput, or the was it the like the what the some Catholics wear, or I think it's specifically priests, but kind of this idea of covering your head, but then there are different styles. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it probably goes back further, but it really didn't become mainstream until all the persecution. What do you mean to get the waves? Anyway, let's continue. Speaking of clothing,
into our study. First, what are tzitzit? Tzitzit are ritual fringes or tassels worn by the Israelites on the four corners of their garments. To the left, you can see an ancient Egyptian tomb painting showing a non-Egyptian, most likely a Hebrew, because of the hair, the skin color, the beard, which Egyptians didn't wear, and the ritual tassels. Those tassels are still being worn today. And to the right, you will see one of many campaigns to raise money to buy Israeli soldiers tassels or tzitzit they can attach to their uniform when going out to war. Where does the mitzvah come from? In the book of Numbers, it says, "Speak to the children of Israel and tell them to make tassels on the corner of their garments throughout their generations, and to put a blue thread, techelet, in the tassels of the corners. And you shall have the tassel that you may look upon it and remember and do all the commandments of the Lord."
Now, are the Israeli soldiers exempted from that requirement if they're doing in camouflage and stuff? Because I could see where if you're putting blue on your outfit, that could easily screw up your camouflage.
Honestly, I want to be completely honest. I think that if you are both in the military and wearing tzitzit, maybe there might be okay, well, you just have to tuck it in, but you're still going to wear them, because if, you know, like, given, I don't think I necessarily view it like, oh, it would literally, you know, save me, but like, there's definitely people who, like, to them, it's, you know, like, they wouldn't leave home without it.
Oh, no, I totally get that. But I could also see some midrash somewhere that basically says if God's commanded you to go to war, he's also allowed you exemption from the other rules in order to prosecute the war. So while you're normally supposed to do it because God sent you on this special mission, you don't have to do it while you're on the special mission. I can see a midrash saying that too, Ariel. I was just curious. Tag.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I mean, I do wonder how different, you know, stealth warfare was in the ancient world in terms of the clothing they wore.
Well, I date that back to Abraham with, you know, getting together the original, you know, Jewish defense force and freeing Lot.
Yeah, before Jews were a thing, that was back in the time of the Hebrews.
Well, that's why I said it was the first one. The Jewish Defense Force today is the successor from Abe.
That's funny.
Is introduced in this scriptural verse. So what was Korach's challenge to Moshe? According to the Midrash, Korach, in attempting to undermine Moses' leadership and authority, staged a public confrontation, assembling 250 leaders of the community, all wearing garments entirely dyed with techelet, sky blue, and asks Moses whether such a garment still requires tzitzit, the ritual fringes, with a single techelet thread. Korach assumed that if an entire garment were techelet, it would not need merely one fringe of blue on the tassels. Moses responds that such a garment still requires tzitzit, including the single thread of techelet. Korach mocks his response, suggesting it is illogical that a garment fully dyed in techelet would still need the additional one single thread of the same color, thereby questioning the validity of Moses' teachings.
You know what's hilarious? I can totally see this as a Curb Your Enthusiasm skit. It's like, where Larry David's Korach, he's like, you know, he's like, don't you think that this shirt's a bit better than yours? I mean, you know, you have these nice threads and some of them are blue, but this shirt is completely blue. Why would you want the shirt that just has a tiny bit of blue versus one that has all the blue? And then like completely missing the point, like just acting like a schmuck, like oh, you know, it's better because it costs more, because it's like more stylish, missing the point that it's not about the style.
No, I hear you. I was going to say I'm saving up my, taking my notes, and I'm going to give my take on Korah after they finish. So, the only note I have down here is while you were out, I was talking about how one of the inadequacies that I found in the Greek language when I was doing my philosophical.
Oh yeah, I think I heard about no.
Yeah, about Greek ancient Greek didn't have a word for becoming.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make sure you were in on the gig. So, tag.
So, according to Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, what exactly is really going on here beneath the surface of the Techelet challenge? To begin to understand, we have to decode the symbolic language. Techelet, which means sky blue, also means tachlit, which means ultimate purpose. It has the same exact Hebrew letters. So, what's the connection? According to the Talmud, Techelet resembles the sea resembles the heavens, and the heavens resemble the throne of glory. This chain of association brings a person to contemplate the divine and their higher purpose, the Tachlit. Thus, Korach was challenging Moshe about what the ultimate purpose was, and trying to mock Moshe at the same time. When Korach brings out 250 leaders of the community, all wearing garments entirely dyed with techelet, this symbolizes the congregation is already holy.
already having reached enlightenment or messianic consciousness, already in a post-messianic era that has lifted the original sin. And when Korach asks Moses whether such a garment still requires tzitzit with a single techelet thread, what is he really asking? A closer look at the mitzvah will help shed light and understanding. Wearing tzitzit, 7 of the strings are white, and the 8th one is techelet sky blue. If 7 represents the complete physical creation, what is 8? The dimension higher than the physical creation. 8 is the metaphysical or above physical. It transcends physical reality, sometimes referred to as infinity, as in the mathematical sign, or the heavenly. That is why Jewish males enter the covenant on the 8th day.
Do you think that's why Meta adopted the infinity symbol into their new logo?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. They're playing off of that one, definitely. One of the things that jumped out to me that he was talking about was 7 white threads corresponding to 7 chakras, 1 blue overruling all of them. Again, similar to ancient Egypt with Ptah and the Auth-KORACH-Tah. And that's where the tie-in comes, is you end up with 8 then with an Auth-KORACH tag.
Interesting. Let's see, view tab.
With circumcision, or on the 8 days of Hanukkah.
On the 8th day with circumcision, wouldn't that be a red string? I'm sorry, that was bad.
Which is seen as miraculous because the infinite or the heavenly light of creation transcends the laws of nature. So when Korach asks Moses whether such a garment still requires tzitzit with a single techelet thread, what is he really asking? Do we really need to bother?
Kind of an interesting thing. Let me see if I can. Let's see. Circumcision. 8th day. 8th day healing. Let's see if I can find something. All right, check this out. Keep in mind, I mean, these people are coming from a religious standpoint, but I mean, it either stands up or it doesn't. And he said that it is 8 days old. You shall be circumcised among you, every man child in your generation. He that is born in the house or bought with money, or any stranger which is not of your seed. Genesis 17:12. Male circumcision is the surgical removal of the foreskin covering the penis is one of the oldest operations known. Circumcision is critical. Circumcision is the rule rather than the exception within all Nigerian ethnic groups and religions. This review is a critical evaluation of the relationship between some hemostatic parameters associated with circumcision of male infants. The main risk associated with this procedure includes hematological bleeding, hematologic bleeding. That doesn't make sense. It should be like.
Well, that's kind of redundant. Hematological bleeding. You can't get bleeding unless it involves the hema.
Yeah. Several benefits of male circumcision include medical reasons as a treatment for tight skin phimosis, paraphimosis, inability of the foreskin to return to its original position after being pulled back, causing the head of the penis to become swollen and painful, and recurrent infection of the foreskin or balanitis. Reduction of the where is it? Oh wait, here it is. Reduction of the risk of HIV transmitting cervical HPV, improved sexual pleasure. I personally think it's more likely longer endurance because of potential reduced. But what's this? Increased penile vaginal contact? Oh my god! Stimulation and marginally better staying power during penetrative sex. That all seems super subjective, but it is of significant medical importance that male circumcision be carried out on the 8th day after birth since the level of vitamin K is highest on this day, and vitamin K plays a pivotal role in regulation and control of the important clotting factors in the coagulation pathway that helps in stopping bleeding. This probably isn't the best article, but I have heard this before. Okay, let's see if I can.
No, those are all good. I came up with a different one in 2019, but.
Wait. So here I found it. The medical position. While the religious significance of waiting 8 days for circumcision is well established, the medical rationale behind this timing is equally compelling. Delving into the intricacies of infant physiology sheds light on why the 8th day emerges as the optimal window for this delicate procedure. Vitamin K dynamics. One key factor contributing to the timing of circumcision is the infant's vitamin K levels. Vitamin K plays a crucial role in blood clotting, essential for preventing excessive bleeding during surgical procedures. Research indicates that infants experience a natural surge in vitamin K levels around the 8th day of life, reaching peak concentrations. This surge enhances the body's ability to form blood clots, minimizing the risk of hemorrhage during circumcision. By waiting until the 8th day, healthcare providers can capitalize on this physiological phenomenon, ensuring safer outcomes for infants undergoing the procedure. And it also talks about immune system maturation and developmental factors. But basically what I think is key is that basically you have like once you get to the 8th day, then it's at peak level. It's not saying that, it's like healthier to do on the 8th day than the 9th. It's just saying you have to wait at least 8 days.
Yeah, you have to give the child, again, part of it would make sense is you want to give it 1 week of development, sort of similar like the days of creation and such.
Yeah, except it's like on the 7th day, you better rest up because the 8th day ain't going to be so restful. And maybe that itself could be seen as a parallel to the whole idea of like the birth pains of the coming of the Messiah.
Now, I was going to say, one of the things I think that they're probably making a little too strong of a claim on is the idea that circumcision is the first surgery that we know of. Because what?
It said one of the first.
Okay, well, I was going to sit there and say that what jumps out to me as the first that we know of is trepanation. And that's like thousands of years before we could possibly, again, that's all because that's cutting open a hole in the skull. That's going to leave a much longer lasting trace than a circumcision will. The last one is one of the big reasons that I came up with in 2019 that they listed there is basically it's a variation on the idea of circumcision happens because they want humans to look like, for lack of a better term, angels. And angels are not circumcised.
Wait, you're saying because they don't want humans to look like angels?
No, they do. And that's the point of the holiness is you go through the circumcision as part of you're becoming more holy, more like the angels, because the angels are not circumcised.
Wait, but that doesn't make sense. You become circumcised to become like the angels, but they're not circumcised.
The angels aren't circumcised, so they don't have to be circumcised. They never had a foreskin.
Oh, you were saying that they weren't circumcised. You weren't saying that they didn't have a foreskin.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I was faster. I was very confusing with my language there. Absolutely sorry, Ariel. 100% my gaffe. But yeah, no, that the angels don't have foreskins. So in order to become more like the angels, you take off the human foreskin.
Yeah, and then you go far enough into Christian history, and they don't have any genitals.
Yeah, some people can take it to extremes,
Yeah. It's like do you know how they chopped off the genitals of the statues? They also did that to the angels.
Again, I still have always enjoyed that old joke as to why Jewish men are circumcised. Punchline: because Jewish women prefer 10% off. Again, I find it a funny joke. Tag.
Now I'm just trying to think what percent it actually is, but I'm like, it's like the moment I thought about that, I'm like, you know what? I don't want to think about this.
No, the less you think about it, the less pain you're going to imagine.
The physical world and its demands and responsibilities. Once we are already holy, already enlightened, already so close and intimate with God. And Moses says, of course. Why? Simple answer. The world is not yet complete. And as long as it isn't, Reb Nachman emphasizes the importance of having physical reminders that bring one back to their spiritual focus and their spiritual goals. Techelet, as part of the tzitzit, is a tangible representation of this concept, providing a daily visual cue to reflect on one's tachlit, one's ultimate purpose. The tzitzit themselves, if you look at it, it begins with knots, 5 of them, corresponding with the 5 books of the Torah or the 5 books of Moses. And then the orderly knots are followed by loose ends, loose fringes. What does this symbolize? It means that we have still yet to tie the loose ends here in creation. In the Torah, we learn that God created our world incomplete to give man a role, to help repair the world by tying loose ends. In that way, we have work to do, and we are partnering with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, God, to fulfill that role. But guys, remember, you have to understand Korach's challenge, his questions, only a total narcissist would even ask those kind of questions to begin with. And if you remember, what is a spiritual narcissist? Their narcissism is found in their belief of having already arrived spiritually. Like Korach, this claim is more about self-admiration and less about genuine enlightenment. Spiritual narcissists see themselves as beyond the need for further effort, further improvement, Torah study, or even the performance of mitzvot. They use their perceived spiritual status as an excuse to bypass responsibility or to bypass dealing with real life issues that demand attention. Only a complete idiot like Korach would ask whether wearing an entire garment of techelet would exempt one from tzitzit. So let's get back. Let's wrap this up with the following idea. We have 2 people.
I disagree.
We have Korach,
I think he was just
Moshe.
asking a good
Moshe's
question.
name, we know from the Torah, was received when the Pharaoh's daughter Batya brought him from the river. Moshe is associated with river, which is a fluid and liquid state of water. Korach, interestingly enough, do you know what his name in English means? Korach in Hebrew is related to kerach, the same letters. What is kerach? It means ice. Ice is cold and it's solid. It's the opposite of being fluid. Okay? It's solid, it keeps its position, it doesn't adapt, it doesn't move, it doesn't adjust, it doesn't grow. It's solid, and because there's no growth and no movement, it stays the way it is. Does that sound familiar? Going back to the seed and tree analogy. The seed has a shell around it. It doesn't want to grow beyond its walls. It has already defined itself. It is already holy. There is no need for surrendering and growing and transforming, like water, like the essence of life, like what inevitably becomes a tree that keeps branching out. Korach is the state of spiritual resistance, and that's Korach. And Moshe is that which adapts, grows, adjusts, and eventually transforms. Now that we know this, we know what the end of the story for Korach is. It's most suitable that the earth shall split open and it will swallow Korach and his gangsters, his rebels. They'll all be swallowed together by this crack in the earth. And why does the Torah use that imagery? Because there wouldn't be a better place for a seed to go. You start a seed, you hold on your whole life to being a seed with hard shells. You don't take any growth seriously unless it is forced. Well, now we're going to do just that. You're going to be planted in the ground, and God willing, your environment will give you no choice but to break down, break through, and grow and become a beautiful being that you deserve to be. We're not here in the world to be Korachs. And the deeper sin of Korach that we have not mentioned and we'll mention right now, and we're going to end with this, is that inside he envied someone else's role. What was his whole rebellion about really at the base of it? Is that he wanted to be Moses. And he wanted to be Moses' brother Aaron. He wanted to be the high priest and the lawgiver. And so you know what the greatest sin in the world is? Is when you're not living at your own soul address. You're too busy trying to be someone else's role and to be something that you're not. You could spend all the length of your days coveting what your neighbor has, their status, their belongings. And that's what Korach was doing to Moses and Aaron. You know why that's one of the worst ways you could live your life? Is because you're not living your life as yourself, like yourself. And that's eventually what likeness means. That's ultimately what likeness means. The likeness of God is the likeness by which God created you specifically with your blueprint on who you are specifically, not who someone else is. When you start living like you, okay, and in liking yourself, and you're at home cozy with whatever way and person God created you to be, that's when you're going to mirror more the likeness by which you need to become. Don't spend your time living at someone else's address, because then God can't reach you. And if God can't reach you, God can't teach you. And this is the end of the lesson today. God bless, shalom, and blessings, and I'll see you next time. Peace.
Wow. I could not be on a more different page than that guy. What ran through my head, Ariel, I actually got triggered there. I just hope he doesn't interact with too many autistic people. Because the way he was describing Korach was very much like an autistic person who questions things they don't understand. And he's basically saying, how dare somebody ask a question about something they don't understand? That person deserves to be smacked down by God. And what runs through my head is, who's the spiritual narcissist here? Tag.
I think it's important to remember, like, the narrative of Korach, it's like pre-embedded, so he's going off of that. Like, I think
no, he's going off of the traditional interpretation. And as we talked about, it's a pluriform interpretation. I have two different levels of interpretation I've written down to discuss here.
No, I know, that's what I'm saying. Like like in modern Judaism, like, given, I mean, you have multiple interpretations of them. Yeah, I'm not, like, what I'm saying is, within the traditional, like, rabbinic understanding, Korach is kind of just seen pretty generally as, like, just, he's the foil to Moses. But like what I'm trying to say is that the same thing that Korach is doing, the reason why I disagreed with I forget what it was that he said, but that what Korach was doing wasn't at all, like, unprecedented or it wasn't seen as bad. It's simply because it's Korach doing it that's the case. And again, I don't think that's, justified, because a broken clock can be right twice a day. But it basically, rather than the story informing what people think about it is informing the story in this case.
Well, yeah, the interpretation, as I always sit there and say, the original text is what the original text says. Those letters are what they are. It's what human beings try to say those letters mean is where the problems enter in. And one of the things I disagree with the guy on is his definition of spiritual narcissism. Because to me, spiritual narcissism, it revolves around in that whole idea of appeals to authority. The idea of cult leaders, of you don't need to explain reasons behind rules. It's arbitrary rules that followers have to jump through just because the leader says. And, that's my definition of spiritual narcissism. And from that standpoint, it's much more Moses and Aaron who are the spiritual narcissists in this scenario than Korach is. And that's why, again, I'll build that scenario, but basically it's the idea, if you sit there and look at Korah as a, I try to steel man the situation for the traditional villain. And if you look at it as he's just somebody who's really questioning, why do we have to jump through this arbitrary rules? Why did you bypass the traditional rules of inheritance and, our patriarchal rules in order to instill Aaron into a position that he's not justified, that he really isn't, called for based off of our traditional ones? Why is all this happening? And it comes back to Moses. Well, because God says, and you can't talk to God, I only talk to God. And that's almost like the essence of spiritual narcissism. And again, I'm not saying that Korah, there's not an interpretation where Korah is a spiritual narcissist. But I'm sitting there, I can't give Moses and Aaron a pass in this situation. I'm getting off my soapbox and tagging.
No, I mean, I definitely agree with you. It's just most people, they're going to be very open-minded within the narrative that they've been given. And that might include many narratives. So for certain people, that might include the narrative that Korach would, there's definitely these traditions of like kind of the one that was rejected being restored. There's even like traditions about that like Moses will return, but that he'll be like reincarnated into Edom or something. It's interesting.
Well, my take, Korah basically became Edom, so.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just also trying to find, let's see,
No, but I was going to say, you can look, I'll just sort of rant a little bit about my methodology there. And what I like to do is I'd like to take a villain and try to sit there and make them the hero of their own story, try to steel man and sit there as much as possible, try to say how what they were doing made sense and wasn't necessarily bad, it's only bad from the other one. And again, that's very much like Maleficent did with this Sleeping Beauty story for that one. And I could do it with you can do it with Darth Vader. I did that with my kids where I explained, Darth Vader being the hero, all he's doing is trying to bring order and peace to the galaxy. And it's those rebels that they're a problem because they just want to disrupt that order and peace that the Empire wants. And, when Rogue One came out, and that was basically exactly what Vader said at the beginning, they looked at me and goes, Daddy was right. Tag.
Wait, who was right?
Daddy was right, that I had been right all along about Darth Vader, that he had only wanted to bring order and peace to the galaxy.
All right, let's see. All right. Here, this looks good.
Shalom uvracha. Today is Rosh Chodesh Tammuz, 3 days before Gimel Tammuz, the date of the passing the yahrzeit of the Rebbe, the 27th passing. God willing, if you're able to visit the Ohel in the next few days.
Is this guy a running rabbi?
I plan to spend Shabbat there.
I was going to sit there and say, I actually like the idea of a rabbi in motion. That's a cool idea. Too many of them just sit there. I like the idea of one of them in motion showing some physical fitness. Cool. Thumbs up, dude.
I'll give the thumbs up for you. Oh, shoot, what did I just do?
In the Torah portion called...
No,
Shalom uvracha. Today is Rosh Chodesh Tammuz, 3 days before Gimel Tammuz, the date of the passing the yahrzeit of the Rebbe. Chodesh Tammuz, 3 days before Gimel Tammuz, the date of the passing the yahrzeit of the Rebbe, the 27th passing. God willing, if you're able to visit the Ohel in the next few days, do so. I plan to spend Shabbat there, God willing, with thousands of others, as I do regularly. They provide a place and food and lodging, and it's a very holy experience. If you're able to go check it out, connect me, contact me, and I'll try to set you up there. So we're going to throw some Korach Torah. This week's Torah portion is Korach. Korach was a rebel with or without a cause. He was Moshe Rabbeinu, the leader's cousin, and he ended up, after his rebellion, being swallowed up by the earth. When was the last time you saw someone being swallowed up by the earth at the command?
Just go to California.
The person with whom he was disputing, and he said,
"Oh, never mind.
Earth, open up."
Hey, I got enough sinkholes around me that open up.
It definitely is a lesson for us not to start up with the Moshe Rabbeinu. And every generation has its Moshe Rabbeinu. So, moving on. Korach the Torah describes in short the story that there was a rebellion. The Rebbe, I'm going to share a thought from the Rebbe. The Rebbe talks about the details of Korach's questions and disputes with Moshe. And the Rebbe shows us how they apply to us in our day-to-day life today, here and now. I'm diving right in. So Korach asked 3 questions. I think if you look at them, we can categorize them. The theme can fall into individuality versus the general, the whole. And let's see how that goes. Number 1 was a question about Torah. The first question was about Torah. Korach said, we know there's a mitzvah to have a mezuzah on the door. A mezuzah is a small part of the Torah, a little portion. What happens if someone has the whole Torah in his home? And not just the whole Torah as a scroll, but many, many books of the Torah, like most of us Jewish people have today. You can have hundreds, if not thousands, of Jewish books. Does that home still need a mezuzah? That little scroll on the door? Moshe Rabbeinu said, yes, it does. Korach laughed it off and said, why? If it's one little scroll on the door versus a whole bookshelves full, a whole home full of sefarim, why does it need a mezuzah? Next one was about mitzvot, the category of mitzvot. And he said, we know there's a mitzvah of tzitzis, of wearing fringes, strings, at the corners, the 4 corners of a 4-cornered garment. One of those strings has to be biblically techeles, has to be blue, sky blue. Today, I've got the tzitzis, but most people don't use the techeles today because we're not sure exactly what it is, if it's real, if we're getting it from the real source or not. But some people still do. So Korach asked, what happens if a person has a talis shekula techelet, a garment, a shawl, a talis that is all techelet? Does it still need to have that one string of blue techelet in it, as is commanded in the Torah? And said Moshe, yes, it does. Korach again laughed it off and said it doesn't make sense. If the whole thing is techeles, that techeles is the representative of the sky blue color, as you see here in Central Park here, what do you need that one extra string for? That little detail. It shouldn't count. It shouldn't matter. Then the next question was about leadership. Korach said every Jew is a holy soul. The lineage goes back to Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, and Leah. Why do we need leaders? Why can't I rely on my own integrity and my own understanding and my lineage to this Torah that I learned, to know what to do the right thing? Who needs a Rebbe? Said Korach to Moshe. And some people say it today. Who needs a leader, a spiritual guide? So these are the 3 questions that Korach posed to Moshe Rabbeinu, the 3 answers he didn't like. And now the Rebbe takes these ideas and we're going to dissect them in our day-to-day life. What is the relevance to us? Says the Rebbe, going from the first one.
I like how this is not being judged.
You have a house full of books, of holy books. Why would you need a mezuzah? Says the Rebbe. A person often might have a house full of holy books, even a brain full of Torah. But they learned a lot of Torah, they memorized the whole Torah backwards and forwards. But the Torah didn't teach them anything. The Torah didn't change them, didn't permeate them. Says the Rebbe, it's not enough. It's not enough to have a bookshelf in your home or a bookshelf in your mind. The Torah needs to be a living Torah in which the mezuzah is the demonstration of that, where on your doorpost, on the front door, before anybody walks into your home from a distance, when someone looks at you or at your home, they say, here walks a Jew, here walks a living Torah. And in the mezuzah, it's written, Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. And that is actually an affirmation of our faith, in which we are ready to sacrifice our lives for God, if necessary, and definitely to dedicate our lives to God, hopefully without sacrifice. So says the Rebbe, that was Moshe's answer to Korach. It's not enough to be a Jew in the books on the shelf, or a Jew in the books in your mind, but it needs to be a demonstration that you're a willingness to give your life up for the Torah to teach you the way to live and to die if need. The next question, explains the Rebbe, was about the tzitzis, a talis. If someone has a shawl, a talis says the Rebbe that is completely blue, techeles. Does it still need a tzitzis? Says the Rebbe, a shawl, this talis that we're talking about is a garment that encompasses the whole body. There are various kinds of clothing. There's a kippah, covers the head, the shirt, the pants, the socks, etc. Each one takes care of one specific area, a detail of the body, but a talis encompasses the whole body. Korach's question really was, if a person has an overall good feeling towards Judaism, an overall dedication, I'm a Jew at heart, I feel Jewish, is that not enough? Is that not enough to function as a Jew? Do we really still need that one little blue thread in the tzitzis, in those strings? Are the details that important? Says the Rebbe, yes. No matter what the overall feeling to Judaism is, it's the details that count. It's that little actions. It's the way we eat with a bracha, kosher food, the way we sleep, the way we work with integrity and honesty, etc., etc. Those are the details that count. And that is what Moshe answered to him. That blue techeles, that blue string representing God in the details, needs to be in every detail in our lives, not just in our overall Rosh Hashanah commitment to be a better Jew, etc. Or even not even the Modani that we wake up in the morning and say, Modani lefenachai, commit myself, God. I acknowledge that you are the animator of this world. That's not enough. It needs to manifest in the details. Finally, the third question Korach asked was about leadership. Why is it, if we are all kol ha'eda kulam kedoshim, if the whole nation are holy, is holy, madua tisnatsu al kal Hashem, why are you elevating yourself? Who needs leaders? We don't need any leadership. Said Moshe. Sounds like a good idea, but God instilled in every generation the Moshe Rabbeinu, a spiritual guide, a spiritual leader who knows the souls of the generation, who understands them, understands their struggles, and understands the obstacles, the tests that God presents to each and every person in order to provide them opportunities from which to grow stronger. Says the Rebbe, this Moshe was given this divine wisdom to understand and be able to help a person. And people on their own, says the Rebbe, are not trusted enough to know what to do at all times. They need a spiritual guide. As the Rebbe quoted the Talmud, it says, or the biblical, the scripture, Al kol kishaim techaseh ahava, on all transgressions and all evil things that we do, our love covers. Our love, our self-love obscures the truth, obscures our self-critique, our inner critique. We don't criticize ourselves generally as much as we criticize others who do the same thing. Says the Rebbe, that's why you need a spiritual guide and leader. And finally, we have a Rebbe today who left us, who's here in spirit and left us a lot of advice. There are hundreds of thousands of letters from the Rebbe to individuals like me and you that cover almost everything that could happen in their relationship with God. We can look in them and find our solutions. Finally, to wrap this up with what the Rebbe ended off this specific talk with, the Rebbe said that there's actually the woman in the story who are the unspoken heroes and opposite in the story of Korach and his dispute, because the Midrash tells us that it was actually Korach's wife who inspired and egged him on to go against Moshe, to rebel.
In what story
or the Rebbe this up with the Rebbe and find our solutions. Finally, to wrap this up with what the Rebbe ended off this specific talk with, the Rebbe said that there's actually the woman in the story who are the unspoken heroes and opposite in the story of Korach and his dispute, because the Midrash tells us that it was actually Korach's wife who inspired and egged him on to go against Moshe, to rebel. And then there was another person who was in that party of Korach. His name was On ben Peles, and he was from the tribe of Reuven, and he was part of that group. But his wife, On's wife, talked him out of it and convinced him to leave the dispute, and thus saved his life and also inspired him for good. So says the Rebbe, it's the woman who actually carry the key in these three questions, in these three rebellions that Korach presented to Moshe. In the Torah one, the Torah needs to be not only in the home on the shelf or in your mind on the shelf, but to actually have an influence on you personally. And the mitzvot one, that not only, it's not enough to have an overall talis that is blue, an overall feeling of connection to God, but the details are important. That little blue thread, the tiniest blue thread, is important. And also an area of leadership that we all need to reach out to our leaders, our spiritual guides, to find out what is the right thing to do. Says the Rebbe, the woman, the wives, the mothers, the sisters are the ones with the key to enable their husbands, brothers, and sons to do the right thing. God bless you. Hope to see you at the Ohel or be there when you can sometime in the next few hours, days. Take care.
Interesting. Didn't agree with everything, but I definitely thought that was a lot less judgmental of Korach than the other guy.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the things that jumped out to me is I'm not so much disagreeing with running rabbi. Again, I think that's a cool nickname for him, as I am disagreeing with the Midrash and Moses. You know, one thing, you know, a quick aside that jumped out to me, it seemed like Korah's wife was just following in the tradition of Eve, sitting there and causing their men to go out and do something stupid that they wouldn't have done all on their own. But as far as, you know, the response Moses gave, again, with the way I see spiritual narcissism, Moses is the one who's being the narcissistic, because it's basically you have arbitrary rules. It's all about what's on the screen, what people can see, the surface. Because, you know, he's sitting there, and I agree with the rationale that he starts with about, you know, a bookshelf full of midrash Torah, you know, midrashes and everything else. That doesn't show that it's in your heart. But how does a mezuzah on the door, how is that not just a different version of it being for show? And in fact, even more for show, because you're basically putting it out there for everybody to see, and they don't know what's in your heart, but they conclude that or assume that's what's in your heart based off of the surface elements they can see on the screen. Same with the tallit fringes, you know, and the other aspect is the arbitrariness of it. Do it even though it doesn't make sense to you, just because the leader says. I'm gonna tag on that.
I mean, in all actuality, it was probably already a custom that was just given this significance within this religious mythology, because there's plenty of depictions of Canaanites wearing this.
Oh, no. Again, you have to remember, I'm looking at this as a, 3rd century BC, basically coded history of the past. So part of it for me is they're basically this way encoding the concept of this is a cult and you need to accept it's a cult and just not think about it and just follow the rules. And Korah is the example of not doing that, the practicality. And we'll keep going to it. And when you're ready for me to unleash the Petra rant, just let me know.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Hi, I'm David Taub, and welcome to the Parsha Rabbit Hole, where I find something weird in the weekly Torah portion and follow it all the way down until it gets even weirder. This week's episode eventually gets us to the location of Gehenna and talking holes in the ground.
It's an old-fashioned hole digging. By gar, it's been a while.
But, as always, we have to get there. In this week's Torah portion, Parshah Korach, we learn about the rebellion of a guy named Korach and his followers against the leadership of Moshe and Aaron, or Moses and Aaron. After a lengthy process of proving that they were wrong, Moshe then uses a miraculous punishment as proof of his inner circle status with God. He says that if Hashem will create a creation and the ground will open its mouth and swallow all of them, then you will know that they have angered Hashem. And that's exactly what happened. It says, the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them and their houses and all the people belonging to Korach and all of their possessions. So there were a lot of different directions I could have gone with this, and I actually started with a few. One of the things that caught my attention early on was that the verse says that they went through the hole to Sheol, which in Midrashic sources and in Gemara is explained as the lowest part of Gehenna, which for those who aren't familiar is the part of the afterlife where people are punished.
Generally speaking, in the afterlife, there's a good place and there's a bad place.
So I was thinking of maybe mapping out Gehenna, how big it is, where are all the parts, all that stuff. But I've decided to save that for another project. And what ended up becoming the rabbit hole for this week was a question that I thought about pretty late in the process, after I had already collected a lot of stuff in other directions, which is that there's a Mishnah in Parshah Avos that lists 10 things that were created on the 6th day of creation at twilight. So the very last minutes of creation and the things that were created in this in-between time are all weird things that are kind of things and kind of not quite things. And most of them are kind of miraculous things that show up much later on in Torah. I'm not going to go through the whole list, but one of those things is the mouth of the earth, which all of the commentaries agree is talking about the hole that swallowed Korach.
But this isn't about show business. This is about some kid down a hole or something.
So what's the deal? Was this hole created in the time of Moshe or during creation? Now, even though this seemed like kind of an obvious question, I figured that it would probably lead me to weird stuff, and it did. So that's where this week's rabbit hole starts, with the entrance to Gehenna that swallowed Korach and his followers, and when it was created. If you're ready to see where that goes, let's dive in. Okay, so a lot of the commentaries deal with this question. We'll start with Rashi, who kind of addresses it. And by the way, if you want to tell me that Rashi and Parshah Avos isn't really Rashi, go ahead and do that in the comments. Anyways, Rashi says that the opening in the earth had been there since the creation of the world, but that it had been covered up until Korach's rebellion.
I'm fixing a hole where the rain gets in.
So like I said, this maybe kind of answers the question. It was created way back at the beginning, but it was revealed later on. But that doesn't really fit with what it says in the Parsha, where Moshe Rabbeinu says that a new creation will be created. But Rambam offers a different perspective. According to him, the rabbis of the Talmud believed that once the world was created, nothing new was created after that. So all of the miracles that happened in the Torah had to have been baked into creation from the very beginning. And that's what this list is. So on the 6th day of creation at twilight, God placed into the nature of the earth that it would open up to swallow Korach. So according to this, the ability for the earth to open was created during the 6 days of creation. But the hole itself actually opened up in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu and Korach. I'm not going to get into it now, but this opened up a whole can of worms for me that I didn't even know existed.
Get your own.
About whether God continuously creates the world or whether creation was a one-time thing. Hopefully I'll get a chance to explore that more in the future. Anyways, the Tosfos Yom Tov rejects all of these explanations, and he has a very complicated answer of his own with a lot more questions that all get answered by one idea. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, I'm just going to give you the punchline. He focuses on the phrase pi ha'aretz, mouth of the earth, and points out that there are other mouths on this list, including the mouth of the donkey that talked to Bilam a little bit later on in the Torah, a couple parshas later.
There must be 1 million donkeys in the world, and I bet you're the only one who can play the tuba.
And he points out that it says that the mouth of the donkey was created and not the whole donkey. But that's weird because mouths are mouths, unless the Mishnah isn't actually talking about the physical mouth, but about the ability of that mouth to speak. And therefore, he says that's what's going on with the mouth of the earth as well. Back during creation, God gave the earth the power to open up its mouth and talk. And then in the times of Moshe, it did just that. And according to him, when the mouth of the earth spoke, it gave some information about exactly where in Gehenna Korach and his followers went.
Woo! That was fun.
So there's a lot more cool pieces to this idea, and I don't have time to get into them, but I couldn't not tell you about the talking Gehenna hole. All right, that's it. That's the rabbit hole. I had a lot more that I wanted to share, but the clock was ticking, and I had to get this video out for you, so this is what I've got. But if you check out the source sheet in the description, you'll see a lot more stuff in there. Thank you for following me down the rabbit hole. Hopefully it won't swallow us up forever.
So, let's see. 1 moment. Sorry. Let's see.
No, that was an interesting one, but he usually gets a little more convoluted and twisted in his rabbi holds.
Yeah, he probably just didn't have that much time.
Well, like he sat there and said, he had, I think, two different ones that he had two avenues he went down that he's doing his different ones later on. So, yeah, you expect that the one he ended up with is not going to be necessarily as strong as one he could put the full time on.
Yeah. That's what. Okay. So, okay. So let's see. Korach's whole. Let's see.
He did give me a new idea to add to the rant later, so that was good.
Shalom, this is Levi Shore. Welcome back to Sweet Good Torah. Today we're going to talk about the Parshah of Korach and how he rebelled against Moshe and Hashem. And most importantly, we're going to talk about Shalom Bayis, peace in the home, and exactly what it means to have Shalom, peace between.
Let's see. Let's see. Ooh, this might be interesting. If I can't find somewhere. Let's see.
Why did Korach rebel against Moshe? What was he thinking?
This is, in fact, the central question of the entire parasha. What exactly was Korach thinking? Did he and all the others who joined him in their rebellion against Moshe, did they not see all the miracles that Moshe Rabbeinu performed in Egypt and in the desert? Had they not witnessed Matan Torah, they had seen all these things with their own eyes. And one cannot claim that Korach simply denied the truth of what they had seen, nor can we claim that he did not believe in Hashem, or that Moshe Rabbeinu and Am Yisrael had a special connection to Hashem, because Korach, in his own words, says the exact opposite. When they approach Moshe, and they say as follows, the beginning of the parasha, Ki chol ha'edah kulam kadoshim. The entire people, the entire nation of Am Yisrael has a special relationship with Hashem. They're all kadoshim. They are holy. They have a unique and special connection to Hashem. Ub'tocham Adonai, and Hashem resides amongst them, amongst us, amongst the Jewish people. So it is not the case that Korach and his followers denied these essential facts. Their only question was, their only point of difference with Moshe Rabbeinu was that the end of that very same pasuk, Umadua titnasa'u al kahal Adonai, and why therefore do you and your brother Aharon, by the way, this was one of the things that very much bothered Korach and his followers, that Moshe and Aharon, who were brothers, they together held the top positions, so to speak, in the corporation, in the people, amongst the people, within the Jewish people. And therefore, why are you special? Why are you different? Hashem has this special connection to all of us. And we are all connected to Hashem. And you didn't do these miracles by yourself. Hashem did these miracles. So why are you so special? And why is Aharon so special? This was the tenor of the question. Now it goes without saying that what was driving Korach, at least part of the reason for this rebellion against Moshe, which is also, in fact, as we see in the parasha, a rebellion against Hashem, was his desire for wealth, fame, power, status, etc. In other words, as the Mishnah says in Masechet Avot, that the ta'wa and hakavod mos'imet ha'adam min ha'olam, that desire for all kinds of forms of power, to be aggrandized, to be looked up to be important, these things cause people to do the most incredible things. And Korach is an example of this. And yet, we still have to understand what exactly was going on in Korach's mind. The Perush that I wish to mention today is that written by Shadal, Rabbi Shmuel David Lutzato, and his Perush on the Torah. And he explains as follows. We have to keep in mind, first of all, that we are talking about a people who had lived for hundreds of years in Mitzrayim, in Egypt. It follows, therefore, that they were entirely steeped in the ways of the Egyptians, in their outlook on life, on their understanding of spiritual matters, religion, theology, etc. And the Midrash states as much explicitly, that the Jews in many ways were very similar to the Egyptians. They learnt from their ways, from their errors, from their culture. And this is exactly why they had to be removed from Egypt in order to become a different kind of people with a different kind of culture. But here, in this first generation of people who left Mitzrayim, we are talking about people who were born in Egypt, who grew up in Egypt, and they were, of course, entirely in lockstep with Egyptian thought, with Egyptian practice. And we know that in the ancient world, Egypt was one of the centers of sorcery and magic and avodah zarah, idol worship, etc., in all its many forms. And therefore, it was the case that many Jews, like Korah, understood matters of religion and how one gains favor in the eyes of the god or gods, in the case of the Egyptians. How does one go about doing this? One has to know the particular forms of worship, the magic formulae and precise deeds that one must do, laid down by the priests, by those in the know, those with a special esoteric knowledge, those who have these secrets in their possession can do the most amazing things. This is what the Egyptians believed. This was one of the essential concepts underpinning all their religious practices and ideas, that the priests had this secret knowledge that only they possessed, that only they understood, and they knew how to appease the gods and how to therefore gain favor and how to therefore achieve all kinds of results. And Korach made the very, very serious and tragic mistake of thinking that Moshe Rabbeinu was essentially another Egyptian priest. Keep in mind also that Moshe Rabbeinu was also born in Egypt, and Moshe Rabbeinu in fact grew up in the royal palace. Moshe was also therefore, in their eyes, part of that Egyptian hierarchy of priests and wise men who knew all kinds of secret knowledge and practices. And all these things, of course, have everything to do with sorcery and magic. And they also, of course, cheapen the concept and the correct understanding and perception of what it is that we are talking about when we speak about a God, one God, who created all things and who controls the destiny of all things and who can intervene within the workings of nature and history, if one understands that this is a kind of system where one can beat the system, so to speak, if one has these particular formula, and if one knows and has this esoteric knowledge, then one can achieve and gain whatever one wishes to achieve or to gain. If that's how it is understood, then it is very easy to understand what Korach was thinking. So writes the Shadal. Shadal explains that it was not that Korach thought that Moshe Rabbeinu performed these miracles by sleight of hand. He knew these acts, these miracles, these many things they had all seen and witnessed were true. Nor did Korach think that Moshe did it by himself. He knew that it was Hashem who was behind this, all these actions, all these miracles, all these wondrous things. What he thought was that Moshe had particular knowledge and understanding of those things that Hashem, that were pleasing to Hashem, that Hashem liked, that Hashem could be, as it were, bribed or bought. If you knew how to do these particular forms of worship, then you could more or less do anything you pleased, exactly as the Egyptians thought. And therefore, at this point, when they were in the desert, after the Mishkan, the tabernacle, had been erected, and after the various forms of worship had been laid out by Moshe Rabbeinu, as we find in the Torah, now Korach said to himself, Moshe no longer is no longer the only possessor of this master key, which opens all the locks, which allows him to perform all kinds of wondrous deeds. He now is no longer special and different from the rest of us. We all know the forms of worship. We all know the darchei avodah. We all know what kinds of sacrifices, what kinds of worship, what kind of formulae can be used and must be used in order to find favor in the eyes of Hashem. And now that we all know this, there's no more reason for Moshe and his brother Aharon to be in charge. We are all capable now of achieving the same things as Moshe, because now we have this secret knowledge. That's exactly what he said. He said, Kol ha'ida kulam kadoshim. We are all special. It's not just you. We all have this knowledge now, and therefore, madua titnasa'u. Why are you to be raised up above everyone else? And this, of course, was a convenient way of claiming for himself and those who supported him positions of power and influence, because he felt, as a Lewi, as a Levite, as someone who was connected to the Mishkan, to the special worship of Hashem that was now established, he felt that he could now also do exactly as Moshe does. This was the mistake, the error of Korah and those who supported him. And Moshe Rabbeinu understood this, explained Shadal. And therefore Moshe said to them, we will all tomorrow perform a particular act, one of the misworth, one of the forms of worship, the ketoret, the incense. We will all do it equally together. Aharon will do it and you will do it. And then we'll see what the result will be. If it is as you think, that everyone who does these actions in this particular way can achieve the same results, as if it's some kind of magic wand that you wave, and then everything can happen as you wish it to happen, as if this secret knowledge is now available to all equally, and therefore anyone can do it as I do, or whether it's really in the hands of Hashem, and it's not a question of knowing how to bribe Hashem and, as it were, force his hand. And therefore Moshe Rabbeinu said to Korach, tomorrow take all of you the mahtoth, the special vessel in which the ketoret was offered, and then tomorrow you will see what happens. And we know what happened. What happened was that they all brought the ketoret, and those who rebelled against Moshe Rabbeinu were swallowed up by the earth. The earth split open and swallowed them alive. This idea that Hashem can be bribed, that there are ways of gaining whatever one wishes to gain by means of particular actions or formulae, is not something that existed only in ancient times. This very same idea exists today also in the minds of many people around the world, and also in the minds of many Jews. And it is, as it was then, a terrible misconception, a misunderstanding, and is a tragic error that people are committing. Today in the Jewish world, there are many people who believe that anything that is painted with the brush of Kabbalah, any kind of segula, any special strange action, or the recitation of certain formulae, or even pesukim mentioning certain verses from the Torah in a certain way, or receiving a particular bracha from a particular person, that this can somehow override the system. This somehow is more important, and in the long run, this is what counts, rather than how one behaves, whether one relates to other people correctly and properly, whether one studies Torah, whether one prays with complete conviction and fervor, whether one, in other words, whether one is a good Jew. These things are not really what counts. What counts is knowing the right mikubal to go to for the right kind of bracha, usually for a price, almost always for a price, and or to receive some special information, as it were, from such people as to what kind of segula, what kind of magical action or mystical formula or something that can be pronounced in order to achieve, to gain something in particular, to have a particular thing come true or a particular wish fulfilled. This kind of thought is still with us, and it is just as much an error, a very, very serious error, an error which the Torah spends many, many pesukim and many, many mitzvot, commandments, in order to uproot this notion. The whole purpose, as Rambam writes, one of the central purposes of the Torah is to uproot avodah zarah, to entirely do away with that outlook, with that understanding of how the world works and how it is supposed to work. The Torah tells us that all forms of avodah zarah and sorcery and magic, and it doesn't matter by what name they go, all such belief systems in all kinds of strange practices and pronouncements based on supposedly esoteric knowledge and or some special status that this or that person claims to have, or other people claim in his name that he has, all such things are a form of dishonesty and lead people astray. They lead people away from Hashem, and rather than connecting them to Hashem. This was the mistake of Korach and his followers, and this is a mistake that many people still make to this day.
The production of these videos and maintaining this channel demands much time
towards Korach, but I think it's still. Oh, and this guy, I guess this guy's also anti-Kabbalah, which is strange.
I was going to sit there and say one of my big places where I take a little issue with his approach, and I don't disagree that much with him, is I don't think the word he wants to use is science. I mean, is magic, but science. Because to me, that sounds like what he's talking about Korah's interpretation is, where if you follow a certain formula, it's always going to happen that way. And that's kind of how like science and computer programming works. So to me, that falls more into Korah was expecting science rather than magic. But again, I'm quibbling a bit.
Interesting, yeah. Okay, so let's see. Dang it. This one looks interesting, but it's way too long. Oh, wait, let's see. Korach, maybe Gilgal. That explains one of the traditions. Gilgal. Probably they're all going to be too long, but I might as well see. Wait, what's this?
In this video, I'm going to give you an example of a Canaanite or...
Oh.
Who are from the line of Cain, or at least this... In this video, I'm going to give you an example of a Canaanite or Kenite chapter in the Torah, and I'm going to do it as quickly as possible. So when I say Canaanite, we're talking about those who are from the line of Cain, or at least the sole root, or like people like Jethro, the Canaanite, and Yael and Heber, who are from the line of Jethro. And the first thing you have to know is that the Nephilim mentioned here at the end of Numbers 13, so Numbers 13:33, the Nephilim mentioned here are the Canaanites, and this is well known. I mean, you just have to open your Stone Edition, Art Scroll Stone Edition, and it tells you right there in the commentary. And if that's not good enough, I mean, the Gematria tells us this as well. So the Canaanites here has the value 215, which is the same value as the Nephilim.
Wait,
So,
okay, I'm sorry. That
when you go back to the very
kind of reductive, because I mean that seems almost okay. So, I mean, like I get the whole thing with Gematria, but really, so the only difference between Hakanim and
verses of value as the Nephilim.
Yeah, the only difference between those, Nafal. Yeah, there's only a difference of 3 letters, and it's the same 3 letters. So both of them have Hey, Yud, Mem, and then it's just so Nun is 40, Pei is oh my god, I'm rusty, but let's see. So Nafal versus Cain. Kof is 100, Yud is 10, and Nun is 40. So 150, and then Nafal, so the 50, and then that means that the Pei, 20. Lamed is Lamed is 30, which would mean Pei is 70. That's what I thought. So basically, Nafal and Cain, it's the same gematria, but this guy is taking it way too seriously. The reason why they likely associated the Canaanites with the Nephilim was because you could associate the gematria, and he's trying to say, oh, the gematria is that because that's what they were. That's like he's reverse engineering
it. 100%. That's one of the reasons why it's sort of like you have certain pareidolia going on with some people with gematria. It's just they try to see everything in there, and it's like, for me, it's like hey, it's kind of cool if it lines up. That may have some meaning, but I'm not going to start with the numbers and go from there. Okay.
Oh, this is interesting.
So when you go back to the very first verses of this chapter, Numbers 13, you'll see that this portion of the Torah has this name, which is Shin Lamed Het, which is very interesting, and we'll get into that a little bit. But here's the first thing that just seems to fly by everybody. The name Yitro is kind of hinted at. In fact, it's here. If you strip away all the vowels, here is the name Yitro in the second verse of this chapter, this Canaanite chapter. So it's already loaded or beginning to fill up with hints. And then when you take a look at the title of this portion, it's Shalach, which is interesting because Shalach is a name that comes up in a Canaanite list of reincarnations. So Shalach would be from this line of Cain. Well, here though it's Shalach ben Judah, and then we have Jethro on the bottom here, and the next portion of the Torah is called Korach, he's also on this list. Many people forget that there's the Shalach in Genesis 38, son of Judah, and then Korach is mentioned in Genesis 36, which is an Edomite genealogy, a Canaanite genealogy. And we know that because right above Korach is Ruel, who is the father of Jethro, or Jethro himself. Then you go down to 13:21. They went up and scouted the land from the wilderness of Zin to Rechab at Lebo Hamath. This is very interesting because, again, we have Jethro's name here. And then we have Hamath, which reminds me of when the Canaanites and Hamath show up in the same verse. These are the Canaanites who came from Hamath, the father verse. And then we have Hamath, which reminds me of when the Canaanites and Hamath show up in the same verse. These are the Canaanites who came from Hamath, the father of the house of Rechab. So you can see the similarities. This is 1 Chronicles 2:55. And what's interesting about this is Yabetz is mentioned here. He's a Kenizzite. And in fact, Yabetz has the same value as the Kenizzite from Genesis 15:19. So here we have the Canaanite, then we have the Kenizzite, and what's interesting about that is Caleb himself, Caleb from the story of the spies, from this Torah portion, is a Kenizzite. So you can see how this is all beginning to tie together. And again, I said it's from Genesis 15:19, the covenant made with Avram, where we have the Canaanites, the Kenizzites, and the Cadmonites. So here we see the Canaanites and Kenizzites are linked again. What's so interesting about this is that Jethro is also hiding in this verse. So we know he is the Canaanite, and he has links to the Kenizzites. But check this out. Yitro has the value 616, and you can find 616 right here. So the Canaanite, the Kenizzite, and the Cadmonite. Very interesting. Just a coincidence to find him there. Another coincidence in the exact same verse, though. We said that you can find the name Yitro here, Jethro. Very interesting. Kenizzite and the Cadmonite.
My God, that is huge. Okay, so I sent this river from the let's see.
The Cana
made a covenant to your offspring. I sent this line from the river. This is Genesis 50. Let me look this up real quick. Genesis 15, 15:19. So this says, okay, this is interesting. So it goes from now it was when the sun had come in, Now there was a night blackness, and here a smoking oven and a fiery torch that crossed between those places, or between those pieces. On that day, Yahweh cut a covenant with Avram, saying, I will give this river to your seed, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates. But here's what's interesting. So it says, I think it doesn't have it up there, but it says, Beyomahu, on that day, karat Adonai cut et Avraham brit, cut with Avraham a brit, lamor Lazarecha, saying to his seed, Natati et haaretz, I will give et haaretz, I will give them I will give his seed the land, Hazot, this land, Minahar Mitzrayim, from the river of Egypt, ad Hanahar Hagadol, until the Hanahar Hagadol, to the great river. I don't know what it means by the great river, but then it goes Nahar Parat, which is the river Euphrates, but then it goes Et Hakeni. And so this translation it has is incorrect because it says the ites, but with the translation I have on my phone it says just ite, which is more correct. And so I wonder if it's saying that these people are going to be given over to the Israelites. And on one hand, people would clearly read this like, oh yeah, give them over to them for slaughter. But no, I think it's basically saying that they became Israelites. That because either that, or it could be implied that he cut a covenant with Abraham saying, I will give to your seed. And then it has this comma that thinks that I'll give to your seed. And then there's another comma. Well, again, the commas are in the English translation, but the point is like the way it could be read is that I will give to your seed these things. And then rather than repeat to your seed, it explains that your seed is the Kenites and the Kenizzites and the Cadmonites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Rephaites and the Amorites and the Canaanite and the Girgashite and the Jebusite. And what's interesting is that, especially with the whole tradition of Abraham being from Ur, and if you connect that to Orpha, then that could even explain this idea of the idea of the Hittites being included in this, even though the Hittites weren't Semitic.
Again, yeah, no, it's the Hittites. So there was a lot of the not quite Semitic, but not entirely unrelated groups up there as well. One of the things that jumps out to me here is how much this just totally is supportive of the whole Kenite hypothesis.
Yeah. So here, just real quick.
Well, I did have one quick comment is, Jethro, man, he got around. How many fathers did he have? And how come Jed and Granny couldn't keep him in the mansion? Heck.
I have a feeling Jethro is more of an archetype than he is one single person. But anyway, yeah, let's finish this and then.
Well, hence my reference to Jed and Granny in the mansion. So.
Oh.
That's Beverly Hillbillies to those who don't know.
Oh.
The Kenizzite, and the Cadmonite. Very interesting. Just a coincidence to find him there. Another coincidence in the exact same verse, though. We said that.
So I guess he's going to say Vaya'alu could be. So basically, Vaya'alu could be Ya'el. Vaya'elo. I don't know how you would make that make sense, but Vaya'el, Vayitro, et haaretz. It doesn't make sense. Honestly, what he's saying doesn't make sense.
You can find the name Yitro here, Jethro. You can also find the name Yael, as in Yael, the wife of Heber the Canaanite. Heber being either Jethro or one of his sons. So very interesting. You have the name Yael, who is the wife of Heber the Canaanite, and you find her name here. Then you go down one more verse. Here's her name again. They went up and came to Hebron. That's what it's all about. Hebron, Heber, Yael, Jethro. And by the way, Heber is the name that Moses and Jethro share.
Interesting. You know, it kind of makes me wonder, like, so you have the term ever and hever, and there's only one difference in the root. I almost wonder if the term Hebrew has more of a connection to, you know, to hever than it does to ever, but I don't know. Anyway, so you want to give your spiel now?
Sure. No. I said one of the interpretation levels that I've been working on is the idea that this is kind of an encoded history. And some of this I'm reading as Korah and the whole earth swallowing him is very much related to Petra, because Korah was very much like one of the wealthiest people in Egypt, and he was bringing all that money out with him. And the whole idea of the earth swallowing them and them living within Wadi Musa, you know, the river of, you know, basically the Wadi of Moses, with the mountain of Aaron right next to it that has a giant temple on top with was paved with turquoise stones, much like the blue in the blue that's related to the Exodus. There's a lot that ties, you know, the idea of Petra to that one. And when you have the whole idea of they're inheriting from Egypt to the Euphrates, that also includes, you know, the Arabian desert and everything there. And it's very much it's a history of both the the Bible's an encoded history of all the Semitic people, not just those who became the Jews later. And, you know, again, this runs right through the Kenite hypothesis, where Jethro was the Kenite, and it's the idea that Yahweh, and they picked up the Yahweh tradition from the Kenites. And there was an old, you know, the Kenites and the Edomites were basically the older tradition, older civilizations. And one of the ones that jumped out at me that I hadn't thought of is the idea of the mouth of the earth. I'm thinking like mouth of a river, where it opens up into the ocean. And the Sikh in Petra could very much be similar to that one, because it's like this very narrow, winding pathway, like a river through the earth, and then it opens right up into the Wadi Musa, directly facing the treasury, which is the building everybody knows from Indiana Jones' Last Crusade. And it's the idea that Korah was a practical person. He didn't want to, you know, a businessman, didn't want to go through a lot of extra unnecessary hoops and all that one. He wasn't bad, he just really didn't understand. And this is, you know, you can see this on a spiritual level as a division between Moses on more of a spiritual focus and Korah on more of a monetary focus, and Moses above, Korah below, and the whole getting swallowed by the earth, the money being swallowed by the earth, and them living in the wadi under the earth with all of their money. And that this is part of a trading network. You had Egypt, this was a trading network. You also had the Tema Oasis down in Midian. That would have been another part of the major trading networks at the time. And that's pretty much that one. Any questions you had or things you wanted to fill in there, Ariel?
So do you think that might also be part of this idea of like going back to Egypt, like the tradition of the people who wanted to go back?
Yeah, well, it would also explain a lot of the trips down to Egypt. And again, this part I'm pretty much solidly with everybody else, where the ancient Israelites and the Abraham's his brood and all, they were very much traders that were going into Egypt on a regular basis.
Interesting. So trying to think. But yeah, it's interesting that Korach is a name that appears both in the genealogy of Edom and of Korah.
Yeah, no, all those people who are in multiple genealogies are interesting. You have the old one with Cain, and where you have Enoch, and some of the you have generations which are kind of split and then mixed around. One from Cain and one from Seth. Hey.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see if I can find. Where is it? Here. Let's see. ברכו את אדוני המבורך, ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד, ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו, ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה. Alright, here we go.
ويقع قورح بن يسهر بن قهاث بن لوي وداثان وأبيرام بن إليآب وأون بن بيلث بن رؤوبين ويقوم לפני משה ואנשים מבני ישראל 52 נשיאי עדה קריאי מועד אנשי שם ויקהלו על משה ועל אהרון ויאמרו עליהם רב לכם כי כל העדה כולם קדושים ובתוכם אדוני ומדוע תתנשאו על קהל אדוני וישמע משה ויפול על פניו וידבר אל קורח ואל כל עדתו לאמור בוקר ויודע אדוני את אשר לו ואת הקדוש ויפריב אליו ואת אשר יבחר בו יפריב אליו זאת עשו יחמו לכם מחטות קורח וכל עדתו ותנו בהן אש ושימו עליהן קטורת לפני אדוני מחר והיה האיש אשר יבחר אדוני הוא הקדוש רב לכם בני לוי ויאמר משה אל קורח שמעונה בני לוי המעט מכם הבדיל אלוהי ישראל לכם מעדת ישראל, להקריב אתכם אליו לעבוד את עבודת משכן אדוני ולעמוד לפני העדה לשרתם, ויקרב עופך ואת כל אחיך בני לוי תפתח וביקשתם גם כהונה לכן אתה וכל עדתך הנועדים על אדוני ואהרון ההוא כי תלים עליו, וישלח משה לקרוא לדתן ולאבירם בני אליאב ויאמרו לא נעלה המעה כי העליתן מארץ זבת חלב ודבש להמיתנו במדבר כי תשתרר עלינו גם ישתרר לא אל ארץ זבת חלב ודבש הביא אותנו ותיתן לנו נחלת שדה וכרם העיני האנשים ההם תנקר לא נעלה, וייחר למשה מאוד ויאמר אל אדוני אל תפן אל מחתם לא חמור אחד מהם נשאתי ולא הרעותי את אחד מהם, ויאמר משה אל קורח אתה וכל עדתך היו לפני אדוני אתה והם ואהרון מחר וקחו איש מחתתו ונתתם עליהם כתורת והקרבתם לפני אדוני איש מחתתו 50 ו200 מחתות ואתה ואהרון איש מחתתו ויקחו איש מחתתו ויתנו עליהם אש וישימו עליהם כתורת ויעמדו פתח אוהל מועד ומשה ואהרון ויחב עליהם קורח את כל העדה אל פתח אוהל מועד וירחבו אדוני אל כל העדה וידבר אדוני אל משה ואל אהרון לאמור היבדלו מתוך העדה הזאת ואכלה אותם כרבע ויפלו על בני ויאמרו אל אלוהי הרוחות לכל בשר האיש אחד יחטא ועל כל העדה תחשוף וידבר אדוני אל משה לאמור דבר אל העדה לאמור העדו מסביב למשכן קורח דתן ואבירם ויקום משה וילך אל דתן ואבירם לכו אחריו זקני ישראל וידבר אל העדה לאמור צורו נא מעל אהולי האנשים הרשעים האלה ואל תגעו בכל אשר להם פן תספו בכל חטאותם ויעלו מעל משכן קורח דתן ואבירם מסביב ודתן ואבירם יאספו מסביב פתח אהוליהם ונשיהם ובניהם ותפר אומר משה בזאת תדעון כי אדוני שלחני לעשות את כל המעשים האלה כי לא מליבי אם כמות כל האדם ימותון אלה ופקודת כל האדם יפקד עליהם לא אדוני שלחני ואם בריאה יברא אדוני ופעזת האדמה את פיה ובלעה אותם ואת כל אשר להם וירדו חיים שאולה וידעתם כי נעשו האנשים האלה את אדוני ויהי ככלותו לדבר את כל הדברים האלה ותתנקע האדמה אשר תחתיהם ותפתח הארץ את פיה
Sorry, just give me one moment. Can you share a bit more of your thoughts on Petra? I just need to check something real quick.
Sure. No, I find Petra being one of those unexplored locations in history that just seem to be central to a lot of stuff, but it doesn't get a lot of mention as being. Paul's going to Arabia. Petra is probably at least one of the locations he went to. My guess is he went to Petra and then Terumah when he went to Arabia. Petra was part of that whole trading route, and that trading route was very much an information network that persisted from, I refer to the group as the traders. They very much started back with the obsidian trade, I want to say that's 100,000, maybe even 200,000 years ago, almost before humans, Homo sapiens existed. and involved in trading between people, being middlemen. And that's very much in what was going on there. And again, it's a good way to get wealthy and be involved in everything. Jump in whenever you want me to just shut up and you're ready, Ariel.
No, keep going.
Okay. And that's where they established the, again, it was the, most people understand that you had the Silk Road up north, which was run by the same network, is the Khazars, who were a Jewish, a Jewish kingdom up in between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea up there.
It's not so simple, because there were multiple groups of Khazars, and only a few of them, not all of them converted. And
right. No. I'm just saying. What I'm saying is that was part of the trading network, and usually when the trading network was very much run by Jews or Jewish traditions. Again, you're talking Rodanites here. And whether the country in Khazaria was the leaders were officially Jewish at the time, you always had an enclave there that was involved with the silk trade. And one of the things I'm giving them a big nod for on the Silk Road is they had actually developed the idea of banking notes long before the Templars. The Templars just sort of appropriated the idea of them, but the Templars get credit for inventing the banking system, when it was actually the trading, and I'm good for lack of a better term, Jewish traders, so I don't screw it up by using Rodanites when it was when that would be an anachronistic terminology. But again, I see all of that dating back to the idea of Petra and Korah, and the idea of commerce and trading and gold versus a spiritual pursuit. Bring it in there. You ready there?
Almost.
Okay. But yeah, and one of the things is you're going to sit there, and I see in history where that trading network, which went up the royal road to Syria and everything, is as the Seleucid Empire and the Ptolemaic, kingdom, as those started to disintegrate, you had basically the traders were left holding the reins of power, because they had the money and the existing political structure kind of collapsed around them. And that's where you saw kingdoms come about like Comanche and Phrygia, and a lot of the kingdoms that got started in the late BCs, the first to second century BC, that were left at the collapse of the successors of Alexander. How you doing, Ariel?
Okay, yeah, now we're good.
Okay. You can comment on my blather and then get going.
I think sorry, I kind of was focused on something else, but I caught the stuff about the Radonites and the Khazars, and yeah, I think just in general that it's kind of interesting how you have people who are places like associated with trade tend to be villainized for whatever reason, no matter where you go.
The reason for that is part of being a businessman means you're causing emotional harm to the person. That person always doesn't want to pay as much money as you're charging. They always want to give you a break. If you've extended credit to them, they want you to forgive the credit. And the businessman who sits there and says, no, we're going to stick to the deal, they look like the villain to the person who wants the better deal. That's kind of how I explain it, Peg.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why if people are going to do something that could lead to them, not liking a person, if you want to make sure that it doesn't reflect on your perception of other people, given it shouldn't, but if you're the type of person who it does, then just go to people from within your own affinity group. And then when you get pissed off, you'll be like, okay, well, they're just another one of me, and realize how you are part of a group that's no different than anyone else.
Exactly. That's a good way to basically kick yourself in the ass and remind yourself, you're one of those people too.
Yep. All right, so I'm gonna go back a bit because I was tuned out. All right.
لمور عاد نسابي تمشكن قورع دفن وأبيرام وياكم مشي ويبيعها ويبلو على البني ويومرو إلهي هارمو لكل بصر هايش نحت يحطات ويعال كلها عدا تقصوف ويدبر أدوناي المشي لمور دبر إلها عدا لمور عاد نسابي تمشكن قورع دفن وأبيرام وياكم مشي ويل دفن وأبيرام ويلخو أحرام زكني إسرائيل ويدبر إلها عدان لموت سونا معان أهولي ها أناشيم ها رشعي ها إلي ويال تجيعو بخل أشير لهم انت سافو بخل حطوثان ويعدو معان مش كالقورع داتان وأبيرام مسابي ويداتان وأبيرام يصيبوا بالصبيب فتح أهولهم ونشهن وابنهم ويطبطان.
I'm sorry, that does say, and Dathan and Abiram went out erect at the entrance of their tents. I think it means probably Nitzavim that they were standing. I don't know why it says they were erect.
Well, there could be another meaning there.
مرموشي بصوت دعون كي أدوناي شلعاني لا عصوت إيه ولما عسي هقلي كيلو اللي بي يمكن موت ولا أدم يموت.
Okay, this is actually interesting. Look what this says. Don't touch anything. Don't touch anything that's in their tents of the men who are wicked. These ones, and don't touch anything that belongs to them, so that you do not tasaf, so that you do not perish. B'chol chatotam, in all of their sins, and so they v'ya'alu me'al, and so they went up from upon the dwelling place of Korach, Dathan and Abiram, Misaviv from all sides, and Dathan and Abiram went out, standing, or in this case erect. Petach, I think it's they went out standing at the opening of the tents, but I wonder if you read as erect at the tent opening of the tents with their wives and their children and their infants, and Moses said, "Bezot tadun." In this, you certainly know that Adonai sent me to perform all these things or these actions, and they that are not merely sent me to perform all the actions that these acts that it was not what from my heart, if it was not from my heart, if like the death kol hadam, like if the death of all will these die in the conflict. It's interesting. I don't quite know what it's saying. I mean, I know what it's saying. I don't know what it means.
يبقى أدوناي مفاصلة أدماء فيها مبالعة وثم ويدخل شير لهم وياردوا حيين شئولا ويدعتين كيني أصوم ها أناشيم هائلك إف أدوناي وعيه يخلطو لدبير إف كل الدبرين هائلك وتبقى ها أدماء أشير تحتهم وتفتح أرس إف فيها وتبلع وثام وإفاتهم وإف كلها أدم أشير لقورع وإف كلها رفوم ويردوا هم ويقول شير لهم حيين شئولا واتخاذ عليهم هارس ويوبدوا مدون خطهان ويقول إسرائيل أشير سريبوتهم ناسوا لقولهم كي آمروا بنت العين תכעס עליהם הארץ ויאבדו הם וכל אשר להם חיים שאולה ותכעס עליהם הארץ ויאבדו מתוך הקהל וכל ישראל אשר סביבותיהם.
So what's interesting is literally it just says that they fell or they descended alive into the pit. It says that they were lost from the congregation, from the midst of the congregation. It's not saying they died. It's not saying they went to, hell. It's just saying they fell or they descended into a pit and they got lost from the rest of the community. Or split off.
Yep. Sorry, I had trouble hitting the mute. I didn't notice. That's exactly where I'm going there. Where my reading of it is, I kept reading to sit there and say if there was anything that would kind of pop the balloon about the idea of they just kind of moved in. Rich people moved into this pit and into the Wadi Musa, and that's where they started living. And that seems to be an interpretation that's at least consistent with the language. Tag.
בנתיבלעין הארץ ושיעזעה מאת אדוני ותאכל את 50 איש מקריבי הקטורת וידבר אדוני אל משה לאמור אמור אל אלעזר בן אהרון הכהן וירם את המחטות מבין השרפה ואת האש זרע הלאה כי קדשו את מחטות החטאים האלה בנפשותם ויעשו אותם בתפועי פחים צפוי למזבח כי יקריבו לפני אדוני ויקדשו ויהיו לעוז לבני ישראל ויקרא אלעזר הכהן את מחטות הנחושת אשר יקריבו השרופים וירתעום צפוי למזבח זיכרון לבני ישראל למען אשר לא יקרב איש זר אשר לא מזרע אהרון הוא להקטיר קטורת לפני אדוני ולא יהיה קטורה וכעדתו כאשר דיבר אדוני ביד משה לא וילון כל עדת בני ישראל ממחרת על משה ועל אהרון לאמור אתם המיתם את עם אדוני ויהי בקהל העדה על משה ועל אהרון ויפנו אל אוהל מועד והנה חסם הענן וירא כבוד אדוני ויבוא משה ואהרון אל פני אוהל מועד וידבר אדוני אל משה לאמור הרומו מתוך העדה הזאת ואכלה אותם כרעב ויפלו על פניהם ויאמר משה אל אהרון קח את המחטה ותן עליה אש מעל המזבח ושים קטורת והולך מהרה אל העדה וכפר עליהם כי עשה כסף לפני אדוני החל הנביב ויקח אהרון כאשר דיבר משה וירוס אל תוך הקהל והנה החל הנרב בעם וייתן את הקטורת ויכפר על העם ויעמוד בין המתים ובין החיים ותעשה המגפה ויהיו המתים במגפה 14,700 מלבד המתים על דבר קורח וישוב אהרון אל משה אל בית אוהל מועד והמגפה נעצרה וידבר אדוני אל משה לאמור דבר אל בני ישראל וקח מאיתם מטריד לבית מאת כל נשיאיהם לבית אבותם 12 מכות איש את שמו תכתוב על מטריד ואת שם אהרון תכתוב על מטריד לוי כי מטריד אחד לראש בית אבותם ונחתם באוהל מועד לפני העדות אשר יועד לכם שמה והיה האיש אשר יפעל בו מטריד ויפרח והשיקותי מעלי אסתר נוף בני ישראל אשר הם מלינים באוהל מועד היא מטה אחד לראש בית אבותם ונחתה באוהל מועד לפני העדות אשר יועד לכם שמה והיה האיש אשר אבחר בו מטה הוא יפרח והשיקותי מעלי את תלונות בני ישראל אשר הוא יפרח והשיקותי מעלי את תלונות בני ישראל אשר הם מלינים עליכם וידבר משה אל בני ישראל וייתנו אליו כל נשיאיהם מטה לנשיא אחד מטה לנשיא אחד לבית אבותם 12 מטות ומטה אהרון בתוך מטותם וינח משה את המטות לפני אדוני באוהל העדות ויהי ממאחוריו ויבוא משה אל אוהל העדות והנה פרח מטה אהרון לבית לוי ויוסף פרח ויעשה ציס ויגמול שקדים ויוסף משה את כל המטות מלפני.
So what's interesting, I've talked about this multiple times, but so here where it says, and you know, they had 12 staffs, and the staff of Aaron was among their staffs, and it was on the next day Moses came to the tent of the testimony, and indeed the staff of Aaron had blossomed of the house of Levi, and it had shotten out flowers. So it says blossoms, sprouted buds, and ripened almonds. But literally what this another way you could read this, and this isn't even a stretch at all, and it shot out flowers, or I mean blossoms works as well, veyatzets, and they veyatzeh brought forth blossoms. That's correct. Veyatzets, and they sprouted or sprung forth with tzitzes, with buds. Vayigmol shkedim. And so actually here, let me pull this up. This is let's see. I'm just going to search for almonds. But this is huge. I actually missed this. All right. So it's in Numbers. All right. So here, Vayhi Memacharat Yavo, and it was after that Moses, and it was the next day, Machar, which is tomorrow. So the next day, that when Moses entered the Ohel, the tent, Hayadut of the testimony or of the meeting, Vihine Parach, and beheld Parach, flowering Mate Aharon. The staff of Aaron flowering, or blossoming. Lebeit Levi, for the house of Levi. Vayatzeh Perach, and it here, let's just see what it says. Vayatzeh Perach, and it let's see, Yotzea. That'd be Hofal. Brought forth or brought out. And it brought forth Perach, buds, sprouts, or bloom, blossoms, Vayatzet, and they blossomed seeds with blooming flowers, Vayigmol, and they dealt fully with recompense, Yigmol, that'd be a Gamal, to ripen or bear ripe. So what's interesting is here, this is understanding is, and it bore almonds, or and it ripened almonds. But actually I'm arguing it's Vayigmol shkedim, and then also it's worth noting shaked means almond, but you have let's see, does it show me? Where is it? How does it not have the full? Let's see, shakad. Where's the root? Here, shakad. Cups. So when referring in this case, givim, which means cups, me shukadim, that means almond shaped. You also have shakad, as a denominative, just meaning shaped. It can refer to blossoms. So I'm actually arguing that this is referring to the blossoms that then ripen into the shape of almonds, or they grow into the shape of almonds. Or actually, what's better, because yigmol, this word, let's see, where is this? Let's see, yigmol, gamal. Oh shoot, I need to close this, gamal. So to deal bountifully with, to recompense, repay, requite, deal out to. Basically, it's like to give bounty, to give benefit, to be beautiful, be goodly, complete, accomplish. So this is basically saying they mature into almonds or into almond shapes. And that I fully believe, like, this is a hill that I would proverbially die on. This is my hill, that this is referring to cannabis. And it's based on multiple things. But especially the connection to the whole Asherah mother goddess, or Queen of Heaven tradition, and the connection to the incense and the fumigation rites.
No, I'm not going to argue at all with that level of interpretation. That's 100% there. One of the things that jumped out here is, I'm listening to Aaron's staff, having, budding and all of that one. It's like, damn, I have no idea what kind of ointment you would put on a staff that was having that sort of problem. But
maybe super duper grow. I don't know. The Yahweh special.
Yeah, I would think that would, regardless, I would think that would render you unclean for a certain period of time, for sure. The other thing that jumped out to me with the description is it's remarkably similar to the Assyrian Tree of Life description, with the way that it's been depicted in, artwork.
Definitely.
And the idea of comparing, Aaron's staff with that Tree of Life, and that's what was put into the Ark of the Covenant, is an interesting combination. Okay.
Interesting. And so between the tree, I almost wonder if within that context, what was it? Potentially in that context, so you have I'm trying to think. So you have the Ark of the Covenant, which has the 2 tablets. You have the rod of Aaron, and then I'm just trying to think what specifically would have been associated with Yahweh. And that maybe it would just be the tablets or something. And so in that, it's like the stone and the wood, each representing a different aspect. Like the stones being many matsevas, essentially being like many obelisks in a way, like kind of fulfilling that masculine role, while the staff is more feminine. And what's kind of funny is that it could actually be easily reversed just by saying that the staff is phallic, but then the stone is more like more earthly, or more like connected to the earth.
Yeah, and that doesn't what you're saying doesn't include, and is totally with another traditional interpretation, which is the idea of Yahweh would actually come down and reside within the covenant.
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
Not inconsistent with that concept either.
Yeah, interesting.
Yep, tag.
Let's see. Why almonds? Siftei chachamim. Why almonds? Meaning, once we have explained and bore ripe almonds means when the fruit was discernible, why does the Torah say almonds and not a different species? It would have been understandable if the fruit was not discernible, merely standing in its blossom stage. Then one could have said it was because this fruit blossoms most quickly. And even though it was a miracle, Hashem chose something that blossoms quickly, given that it produced the blossoms in one night. However, if one says that the fruit was already discernible, then it is a difficult. Okay, this is not really is. Let's see, brought forth almonds, unlike the natural gradual process where the almonds ripen only 6 months after blossoming. Here, the blossom, bud, and almonds all miraculously appeared together. Anyway, going back, I just did want to address that because I love this passage and I've never actually looked at it in that context. I mean, like, I've looked at it in the context of, oh, the Meshukadim, but I think that's actually from a different part. But anyway.
אומר אדוני אל משה השב את מטה אהרון לפני העדות למשמרת לאות לבני מרי וחל תלונותם מעלי ולא ימותו ויעש משה אשר צווה אדוני אותו כן עשה ויאמר בני ישראל אל משה לאמור אין גברנו עבדנו כולנו עבדנו כל הקרב אל משכן אדוני ימות האם גם לגבוע ויאמר אדוני אל אהרון אתה ובניך ובית אביך איתך תישאו את עוון המקדש ואתה ובניך איתך תישאו את עוון כהונתכם וגם את אחיך מטה לוי שבט אביך הקרב איתך וילבו עליך וישרתוך ואתה ובניך איתך לפני אוהל העדות וישמרו משמרתך ומשמרת כל האוהל אך אל כלא הקודש ואל המזבח לא יקרבו ולא ימותו גם הם גם אתם ונלבו עליך ושמרו את משמרת אוהל מועד לכל עבודת האוהל וזר לא יקרב עליכם ושמרתם את משמרת הקודש ואת משמרת המזבח ולא יהיה עוד כסף על בני ישראל ואני הנה לקחתי את אחיכם הלוויים מתוך בני ישראל לכם מתנה נתונים לאדוני לעבוד את עבודת אוהל מועד ואתה ובניך איתך תשמרו את כהונתכם לכל דבר המזבח ולבית לפרוכת ועבדתם עבודת מתנה אתן את כהונתכם והזר הקרב יומץ וידבר אדוני אל אהרון ואני הנה נתתי לך את משמרת תרומותי לכל קודשי בני ישראל לך נתתי למשה ולבניך לחוק עולם זה יהיה לך מקודש הקודשים מן האש כל קורבנם לכל מנחתם ולכל מטרתם ולכל השם אשר ישיבו לי קודש קודשים לך ולבניך בקודש הקודשים תאכלנו כל זכר יאכל אותו קודש יהיה לך וזה לך תרומת מתנה לכל תנופות בני ישראל לך נתתי ולבניך ולבנותיך ביתך לחוק עולם כל טהור בביתך יאכל אותו כל חלב ישחק וכל חלב תירוש ודתן ראשיתם אשר ייתנו לאדוני לך נתתים ביקורי כל אשר בארצם אשר יביאו לאדוני לך יהיה כל טהור בביתך יאכלנו כל חרם בישראל לך יהיה כל בית חרם לכל בשר אשר יקריבו לאדוני באדם ובבהמה יהיה לך אך הדור תפדה את בכור האדם ואת בכור הבהמה טמאה תפדה ובדויה מבן חודש תפדה וערכך כסף 5 שקלים ושקל הקודש 20 גרה אך בכור שור או בכור כסף ובכל עת לא תפדה קודשם את דמם. תזרוק על המזבח ואת חלבם תקטיב, אישי תריח ניחוח לאדוני, ובשרה יהיה לך כחזה התנופה, וכשוק הימין לך יהיה כל תרומות הקודשים אשר ירימו בני ישראל. לאדוני נתתי לך ולבניך ולבנותיך תתך יחוק עולם ברית מלך עולמי לפני אדוני לך ולזרעך איתך. ויאמר אדוני אל אהרון בעשם לא תמחל וחלק לא יהיה לך בתוכם, אני חלקך ונחלתך בתוך בני ישראל. ולבני לוי הנה נתתי כל מעשר בישראל לנחלה חלף עבודתם אשר הם עובדים את עבודת אוהל מועד, ולא יתרקו עוד בני ישראל אל אוהל מועד לשאת חטא למות. ועבד הלוי הוא את עבודת אוהל מועד, והם יישאו עוונם חוקת עולם לדורותיכם, ובסוף בני ישראל לא ינחלו נחלה. כי את מעשר בני ישראל אשר ירימו לאדוני תרומה נתתי ללוויים לנחלה, על כן אמרתי להם בתוך בני ישראל לא ינחלו נחלה. וידבר אדוני אל משה לאמור, ואל הלוויים תדבר ואמרת עליהם כי תיקחו מאת בני ישראל את המעשר אשר נתתי לכם מאיתם ונחלתכם, והרימוכם ממנו תרומת אדוני מעשר מן המעשר, ונחשב לכם תרומתכם כדבן מן הגורים וכמלאה מן הירקב. כן תרימו גם אתם תרומת אדוני מכל מעשרותיכם אשר תיקחו מאת בני ישראל, ונתתם ממנו את תרומת אדוני לאהרון הכהן. מכל מתנותיכם תרימו את כל תרומת אדוני מכל חלבו את מקדשו ממנו, ואמרת עליהם בהריניכם את חלבו ממנו, ונחשב ללוויים כפואת גורם וכפואת ירקב. ואכלתם אותו בכל מקום אתם וביתכם, כי זכרנו לכם חלף עבודתכם באוהל מועד. ולא תישאו עליו חטא בהריניכם את חלבו ממנו, ואת קודשי בני ישראל לא תחללו ולא תמותו.
Interesting. So, let's see. Sorry, one moment. So, yeah, that was interesting. I'm unmuted, right? Oh yeah, I am. So, that was definitely interesting. There's a lot of things packed into this week's Parsha. That much is clear. So, any other takeaways?
Not a whole lot. The only other thing I would throw in there is the whole Assyrian tree of life would fit into there, since, you know, the Assyrians were Semitic, and my idea that this is a coded history of the Semitic people that's totally consistent with that one. And you discovered the same thing that I did when I read it closely, that there's no record of them actually being killed and destroyed, just that they got sucked into the earth. Tag.
Yeah, I mean, it very much explicitly says that they went down alive.
And anytime, one of my rules, and again, it's I'm not the only one, this is an old school interpretation. Anytime it explicitly says or doesn't explicitly say something, that has meaning.
Yeah, there's this idea that everything in Torah is important. So if something's repeated, it's for a reason. So kind of going off that idea.
Definitely.
Yeah. So on that note, that was a long one, and I do need to get a bit of sleep before Shabbos lunch. And honestly, it's so funny because I mean, there's a few things that when I'm around like a certain community, I'll definitely say like Shabbos and stuff, Shabbat. But it's like at the same time, and actually no, that's not true. It's kind of interchangeable. It's just whatever I feel like in the moment. But it's like then there's other words like hashgacha pratis where it's like that's just what everyone says, and it's like real like maybe it'd be different if I was around more like Sephardim where you'd hear hashgacha pratit. But I don't know. It's like I don't know. It's just interesting. The way that you hear things has a lot of effect on, like, how something doesn't have the same impact, even though it literally means the same thing. It's just I don't know. I think it's interesting. It's kind of like the difference in vibration, even though it's the same, like functional meaning.
No, I hear you. I do something similar. It's kind of natural for me. Well, I will adjust my vocabulary and cadence and things depending on my speaker, my listener. It's like when I was, with like my math mentor, Dr. Hilton, or other British people, I'll find myself sliding into, British lingo rather than American lingo. Or if I'm dealing with more of a, somebody who's into the hip hop urban scene, it definitely picks up an entirely different cadence of how the conversation goes. It's much more of a, a back and forth-ish, Again, it just changes. I find it interesting as well, Tag.
Yeah. Anyway, on that note, that's a good place to end off. So, let's see. Yeah, on that note, good. Have a good Shabbat and Mashiach now.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay?